Chapter 701. Don't you even think about it. The grass rope in Shashwan's hands quickly knotted together. Duo King and Guang Yi looked nervously at Shashwan, waiting for an answer. Shashwan interpreted the ropes and relaxed. 2 days later should be a good day to leave. Shashwan interpreted the knots formed from his rope divination. 2 days later was a good day to leave. Winter was coming to an end. They couldn't wait till winter was over to leave. If they did, many of the beasts in hibernation would have woken up. These beasts were a lot faster than them, so it was better for them to leave earlier. I'll go inform the Longboat and Tay tribe. Duo King jumped up excitedly from the beast hide he was laying on and rushed out the house. He went to look for the chief of the Longboat tribe, Mufa. After all, he had to convince them if they wanted to leave. The Longboat tribe was skilled in telling the signs in the sky. Before, they were usually the ones who made the final decision on these matters, but now, all the flaming horns were more inclined towards Shashwan's suggestion, and even Mu Yu, who was skilled in telling the signs amongst the Longboat tribesmen, didn't complain after he heard Shashwan's decision, so they decided to follow as Shashwan proposed. Then it's set. We'll leave in 2 days. Spread the word so everyone knows. Mufa was also eager to leave. After Duo King informed Mufa, he went over to tell the Tay tribe about their decision. Suddenly, the camping ground was full of excitement. It was like a herd of animals waking up from hibernation, ready to move. On the day of departure, the sky was initially dark and cloudy, but it suddenly became sunny. Even though they couldn't see the moon at night and winter wasn't officially over, it was coming to an end. The weather was rarely so nice, so it made people feel as if winter had left early. Get the ships ready, we're departing. They broke the layer of ice on the coast so their ships wouldn't be hindered by the ice. Even if the ice was thick, the section farther away from the coast or near the Crocodile River was not frozen, so it wasn't that big of a problem for them. There were 25 ships, and each of these ships carried about 100 Tay tribesmen. Some ships had more people while others had fewer. There were 5 more ships, so they didn't have to squeeze. Besides the Tay tribesmen, there were also other resources stored on the ships. Amongst the 25 ships, these 5 looked very different compared to the other 20. They were test ships designed by Mufa and a few talented and skilled individuals from the Longboat tribe. These ships looked a lot sturdier and fancier than the others. They even had projection windows designed to station archers and spear throwers. Mufa didn't spend too much time designing these 5 ships because they were merely made for testing. The wood used to make these ships didn't go through all of the processing, and due to the time limit, they couldn't do a perfect job on these ships. Usually, they would sun-dry the wood or use a kiln to dry the wood before it was used, but there were no kilns here, so Mufa decided to use the smoke from firewood to dry it. This was a much simpler method, but because they were not familiar with the foreign wood in the beginning, they wasted quite a lot of wood. After they gained some experience, however, this no longer happened. At most, the wood would appear darker. This was why these 5 ships seemed darker compared to the other 20 ships. They didn't look nice, but they served their purpose. Of course, even if they smoke-dried these wood, the conditions here didn't allow them to reach Mufa's expectations. Their case was different now too. There was too much wood and they were rushing to leave, so they didn't have too much time to focus on drying the wood. These ships couldn't last for too long, but it could at least bring them back to the other continent. In the future, if they went out to sea again with a greater fleet, they would find a suitable place to build a giant camping ground with large kilns to dry the wood used to build ships. Mufa was enthusiastic and wanted to return as soon as possible. He wanted to tell the people in his tribe that they were the first team who went out to explore. This time, fewer people came compared to the usual number that went on expedition trips. After this trip, everything would be different. They would begin to shift their focus as a tribe and fight less with the other tribes inland. They didn't have time for such things anymore. The future of marine trade was up to them. The Longboat tribe. The Tay tribe took one last glance at the continent their ancestors had settled on since the establishment of their tribe. They felt strong emotions, but it only lasted for a while. Their tribe had emerged fire seed, so it was common for them to migrate frequently. They would be reluctant to leave a place at first, but their emotions wouldn't linger for too long. As long as they knew they would live a better life by leaving, their emotions would fade away quickly. They had more people on the ships now, so they couldn't survive by relying merely on the stock they had on the ships. Whenever they had time, the people would catch smaller fish in the sea. Sometimes they used nets and other times they used fishing rods. They prepared enough medicine beforehand just in case anyone got sick on the ships. Szechuan had reminded Mufa about this before they departed, so Mufa was quite grateful towards Szechuan for this. After all, the longboat tribe had enough experience on the rivers inland but not out at sea. It was just like when they came. When they returned, they encountered bad weather, and many of the Tay tribe felt unwell. They could only depend on medicines after a few days of seasickness. King Yu would sometimes go underwater. Even though the seawater was cold, he was already used to the temperature. Before they departed, he had swum in the frozen rivers and sea, so this wasn't hard at all for him. The only things he had to watch out for were the dangerous creatures in the sea. Today was another sunny day. The sea was still considerably calm, just a few gentle breezes now and then. Quit, quit, quit. An eagle's cry came from the sky and shocked Szechuan, who was looking at his map. He took his binoculars and climbed up the mast to take a look at what was ahead. What happened? Mufa asked. There was only one pair of binoculars. Even if Mufa had good eyesight, he couldn't see as far as the great mountain eagle or the binoculars. Szechuan looked far away through the binoculars. He didn't see any dangerous sea beasts, but he noticed a lot of crushed pieces of ice. There's a lot of ice up ahead. Watch out. There were no icebergs nearby, and no one knew exactly where those pieces of ice came from. They were of all sizes and there were a lot of them, but most of them had already begun to melt. Since they were melting, they wouldn't be much of a threat to their ships. Mufa ordered for them to slow down. As they approached the ice, he noticed creatures inside. He took a net and scooped up the ice from the sea. He examined it closely and noticed that they were just beetle-like insects. He didn't know what kind of insects they were. He had never seen insects like these before. In the past, Mufa wouldn't show any interest in these beetles, but it was different this time. These insects were in the sea. Who knew if they actually belonged in the sea? They don't look like it. How would they know if these didn't come from the sea? Scoop them up. Scoop them all up. Bring it back so our tribesmen can take a close look at what we found. Mufa hesitated, as if he thought of something, and then yelled over at Szechuan, "It's all mine. Don't you even think about it." The flaming horns were initially not interested, but seeing Mufa's reaction, their interest was suddenly sparked. Duo King pointed at what seemed like frozen creatures preserved in ice and yelled at some other flaming horns, "Scoop some up too. I want to see what they are." Chapter 702 From Ancient Times. Seeing how the flaming horns had begun to scoop, the people of the longboat tribe scooped even faster. The people of the Tay tribe heard the commotion, so they also came out to watch the excitement. Although they were exhausted, they still came out to help. The longboat tribe had plenty of ships, but the Tay tribe was definitely on the flaming horn side. Mufa was furious when he saw so many Tay tribesmen coming out to help the flaming horns. Their ships were the reason the Tay tribe could cross the sea. How ungrateful! No matter how he felt, this was the reality. The Tay tribesmen were all on the flaming horn side. Small ice cubes and chunks with unknown objects frozen within were scooped up one after another. Some of the ice had frozen insects inside, while others had small beasts or fish-like creatures. What are these, actually? What's inside the ice? Duo King was very curious. Through the ice, he couldn't tell what was inside clearly. Even though he had experience in the forest and saw many different beasts, he could not recognize a single creature stuck in the ice. At least he had never seen these during his hunts in the forest. I've never seen these before either. Even though Guang Yi couldn't tell faces apart, he could still distinguish animals and beasts. He couldn't recall seeing these insects or beasts. The chief of the Tay tribe, Yu Yu, also shook his head. None of them had ever seen these before. Huh, have you guys seen these before, longboats? Duo King looked towards a member of the longboat tribe. No, I've never seen these, but they're definitely from the sea. The longboat warrior was confident and believed in his chief's words. They definitely came from the sea. Who would have the time to freeze all of these insects and beasts and throw them into the sea? Some of these animals were the size of their palm. To the people of the longboat tribe, all of these creatures in the sea were treasures. They were precious, fresh, and new. This was an area that required further exploration. How could these have come from the sea? They're obviously creatures that lived on grass or in the woods, Duo King said in disagreement as he looked at the pieces of ice. He wasn't sure about some, but judging by their appearance and his experience in hunts, he could guess the living habitat of those creatures. Their appearance was closely connected to their living habitat. Something that looked like a stone worm couldn't possibly fly. But the thing is, where did they actually come from? Where was their home? Yu was also confused. It wouldn't matter too much to them if there was only one species they hadn't seen before. However, everyone from the Longboat tribe, Tay tribe, and Longboat tribe had never seen any single one of these beasts and insects frozen in the ice. Shashwan looked toward the direction these ice drifted from. The wind brought them here. When they departed, the wind at sea at that time was blowing from a different direction. Even if the wind had fluctuations now and then, it was still blowing in one direction. These ice pieces were probably blown in this direction because winter was coming to an end. There was probably more ice similar to these where these pieces drifted from. But this was not the time to go search for these ice. Their priority was to return safely to the other side. Their fleet's direction did not change. However, they only slowed down to scoop up those pieces of floating ice. Some of these creatures stuck in the ice were revealed as the ice was melting. The fish in the sea chewed up the parts that were no longer covered by ice. These parts were incomplete and rotten. However, the parts that were still frozen and perfect in shape created a stark contrast. Fish would eat the parts that had melted and those parts would start to rot, but the parts that were still frozen would still look the same. They only scooped up the ones that were still completely frozen. As for the ones that had already begun to rot and had teeth marks, they would only scoop them up to take a look at them and then throw them back into the sea. I heard rumors that the place where these ice came from is the coldest place on Earth, Yu suddenly said. The coldest place on Earth? Shashwan asked. We read about it in the handwritten records passed down by the Tay tribe's ancestors. I never thought about it before. But seeing how you've been looking in that direction, I suddenly thought about this, Yu said. As for what that place actually looked like, we can't be sure, because we've never been there either. Our ancestors also heard it from mothers, so there wasn't much recorded information. However, since it's the coldest place on Earth, it's probably a place with very few people. That's why almost no one talks about it. A place with extreme weather wasn't suitable for settlement. So gradually fewer people went there. That was why information regarding that place slowly decreased until no one even mentioned it. Yu saw it when he was organizing his ancestors' notes for writing the response letter to the Flaming Horns. He had accidentally come across it, but he didn't pay too much attention. The world was too big and there was no way they could travel to every place in the world. So he only focused on what mattered most to them and their tribe. He just never expected to encounter something like this. Shashwan already had his guesses when he heard Yu mention the coldest place on Earth. It didn't matter if this place existed, but if what Yu said was true, and the rumors their ancestors heard were also true, then there were probably icebergs over there. These small ice pieces probably broke off from the giant icebergs. However, Shashwan speculated that it was probably the last disaster that caused the iceberg to break apart and float across the sea. If the iceberg was indeed huge and the temperature was low enough, it could maintain its shape for a very long time. These pieces probably broke off from one of these icebergs, but as to how an iceberg could break into so many small pieces, there were too many possible causes, so they couldn't be too sure. King Yi, you swam in the sea once. Have you seen these before? These probably belong to the sea. Duo King pointed at a few creatures with scales. I've never seen these, not even in the river. King Yi knelt on the side, observing the odd-looking creatures. Duo King noticed Shashwan thinking about the same issue on the side, so he asked him, Shashwan, what are your guesses? King Yi, Guang Yi, and you all looked toward Shashwan and waited for him to respond. These. Shashwan pointed at the creatures that looked like insects and beasts inside the ice and said, "There's no way these creatures belong to this era." "You mean?" Mufa walked over too. "They probably lived a very long time ago," Shashwan said. "How long ago do you mean?" Mufa asked. "Could be tens of thousands of years, or even millions." "No, maybe longer." Mufa, Duo Kang, and a few others inhaled deeply when they heard what Shashwan said. They had many thoughts, but none of them were even close to what Shashwan had said. 10,000 years was already a very long time for them. Many tribes had only begun to keep records during that time. That's why they were all shocked when they heard the numbers tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions. If other people said this, Mufa and Duo Kang would have thought those people were bluffing. But Shashwan was the person who said it. Shashwan had always been accurate whenever it came to guessing. That long? Duo Kang's voice was still trembling when he finished his sentence. These things lived even before their ancestors. They're probably all dead, right? Mufa said as he pointed at the frozen creatures on the ground. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? How could they still live after being frozen for so long? Duo Kang scanned the ground and ordered some people to pick up one of these creatures. They lit up some torches to speed up the melting process. As the ice melted, the hairy creature that was even smaller than the average hand of an adult warrior was completely revealed. Without the ice, they could finally see this strange creature clearly. Have these really existed for that long? It doesn't seem like much has changed, Duo Kang said. They're dead, Guang Yi said in confirmation. I see injuries. It looks like they were pierced all the way through, Duo Kang noted as he examined the strange creatures. They also scooped up one of the creatures that was bitten in half by some fishes. After they melted these with the torch, they noticed that most of these had similar wounds. The beetles with shells were pierced right through at the neck. The ones that resembled fish and shrimp were also wounded the same way, a hole pierced right through them. Duo Kang dissected the first beast that they melted and noticed that there was still undigested food within its stomach. You said it was some type of grass. What killed them? Duo Kang asked. Who knows? They were definitely killed by their predators, some wild beasts. Perhaps. But now is not the time to think about these, Mufa said. He ordered the other longboat tribesmen to put all the frozen creatures together and scoop up more ice to keep them frozen. Meat could be preserved for a longer time if stored within a cold cave. These unknown frozen ancient creatures probably need to stay frozen in order to be preserved for a longer time. Duo Kang also followed what Mufa did. He wanted to bring some back as a souvenir. So he also ordered the other flaming horns to keep scooping. Shashwan took a glance at the ice that they scooped up and then looked back into the sea. There was still a lot of ice and most of these ice had creatures frozen within them. Some were just ice, but most of the creatures were similar to the ones they scooped up. Seeing these pieces of ice floating on the sea, Shashwan pointed to a single piece and told the person beside him who was scooping, "Scoop that one up." "Which one do you mean, Grand Elder?" The person who was scooping didn't know which one Shashwan was referring to. "Here, I'll do it." Shashwan took the net and scooped it up himself. "What's this?" Duo Kang couldn't tell what it was. The ice was opaque, so they could only see what seemed like dried mud. They couldn't scoop up all the ice because there was limited storage on the ships, so they became more selective. They would first scoop up the ice that was transparent so they could tell what was inside, or else their efforts would be wasted. They didn't want to go back and find out that all that was inside the ice was a mass of soil. That was why the one Shashwan pointed to was constantly ignored by the others who were scooping. They already had a collection of all the different types, so it wouldn't make sense for them to scoop up more of the same kind. He just wanted to find out what it was, so he decided to scoop it up on a whim to bring it back as a souvenir. "I don't know what that is either." Shashwan observed the piece of ice in front of him. After a few glances, he passed it to the person in charge of storing these ice on the ships. "Put this one with the other pieces." Since Shashwan scooped this one up personally, the person in charge of the storage didn't want to make any mistakes. Even if this was just a chunk of soil, they would treat it with high caution and care. Chapter 703 Wings and Claws. During the few days on the ship, Shashwan would take a look at the ice in the storage once every few days, as well as those creatures that had been frozen for who knows how long. The one that Shashwan picked the other day was the most complete out of all the frozen creatures. Its bones were the most well preserved compared to the others. Before they departed from their side of the sea, Shashwan had been studying the strange mummified monster the Hua tribe got from the desert. He also figured out some of the secrets behind that monster, but he didn't have enough time to test it. That was why he wanted to bring these frozen ancient creatures back, to test whether his guess was true. The main reason the people from Rock Hill City could transform dead people into those weird creatures was their bones. Those monsters were dead, but they could still move around. The only thing that was still supporting them was their bones. Shashwan could see the bones within that piece of ice. The other ones had wild beasts inside, but they were either boneless or their bones weren't as visible. That piece was the only one that shone in Shashwan's special vision, which meant that either its bones weren't as damaged as the others, or that its bones were comparatively more active than the others. The more active these bones were, the higher Shashwan's success rate. TL note: I think the author is referring to how biologically active, closing parenthesis, the bones are, but I'm not sure. He couldn't tell what was in the ice from the appearance, but the creature was curled up into a ball, so Shashwan couldn't tell what it was. But it didn't matter. Those eyes that they scooped up could keep these pieces frozen until they reached the land. As long as they reached land, he could just get more ice from the mountaintop to replace the ones that had already melted. How much longer till we get there? Duo King asked Shashwan. Winter was ending and the moon had appeared in the sky. They definitely couldn't make it in time for their tribe's sacrificial rite. Shashwan looked at the direction the universal eye was pointing at and calculated the local time at sea. He said, soon. Judging by our speed now, perhaps we'll be able to see land in 10 days. Nice. Life on sea was too boring, and Duo King's bones were already itching to move. He needed exercise. He preferred the forest more than the sea. The Tay people also couldn't adapt to life at sea, so morale was low. The longboat tribesmen were the only ones who were still enthusiastic. 10 days later, everyone was alarmed as they heard an eagle screech from the sky. We're here? Duo King was sleeping, but hearing the noise, he immediately climbed up the mast and looked through his binoculars. Haha, we arrived. I can see land. Duo King laughed as he looked down at them. The dejected Tay tribesmen also came out to look. They still couldn't see land from where they were, but since Duo King said it, they were all excited. To them, this was the beginning of their new life. How's everyone's studies? Has everyone mastered the new language? We're doing fine. We can have basic day-to-day conversations now, but we'll get better at it. It was rare to see Tay tribesmen joking around with the flaming horn warriors. Shashwan went to check on the frozen pieces that were stored in the wooden dividers. These were initially pieces of ice, but up to 90% had already melted. There was only some ice left floating on the water. Underneath the water were all sorts of different insects and wild beasts. If they don't reach land anytime soon, these would begin to rot and smell in 2 days. Some of them had already begun to smell. There were no children or unawakened people on this ship. Only about 3 to 5 people were allowed onto this ship. They were all strong individuals with a strong immune system. He had ordered people to cover the wooden dividers with lids. After they reached land, these wooden boxes would be carried up to mountaintops that still had snow. They also heard cries from other eagles in the sky. They were also great mountain eagles, but these cries did not come from Cha-Cha. The Hua tribesmen are here, Shashwan said after he heard the cry. He was familiar with this sound. One of the Hua tribesmen, Gulain, had a pet eagle called Daoshan. This was that eagle. The land was slowly becoming visible as they advanced. They could see the high mountains on land, and also the eagles that were flying in the sky. Shashwan got on Cha-Cha's back and flew over first. You guys are finally back. Gula was on Daoshan's back. He shouted when he saw them flying over. When did you guys come here? Shashwan asked. Our chief was worried that you guys couldn't find anyone here after arriving, so ever since you guys left, people would come over every day to check. People still came over despite the winter, sometimes with eagles, sometimes without. Now that winter passed, we also came, but we never thought we could actually meet you guys today. Gula examined the fleet of ships on sea. I see more ships. Yup, we made 5 new ships. One of these ships had some problems on the way, so only 24 are left now, Shashwan explained. On the way back, they encountered a sea beast that was hunting for food. It crashed into the ship, destroying almost half of it. It didn't sink right away, but they could no longer use that ship. After they transferred the people over to the other ships, the 24 ships continued to advance. These were the ships that Gula saw. You guys got the people? Gula asked. Yup, we got them. They haven't adapted to life at sea, so they're not doing very well now. We need to rest for a few days before we depart again. We found a perfect resting spot nearby. It's a cave. Not everyone can fit inside, but it can still hold around 500 people. 500? That's enough, Shashwan said. Those people who are feeling most unwell would rest in a cave while the others would continue staying on the ships or find a place to rest near the cave. The totemic warriors could withstand the cold. Many of the Tay tribesmen who were feeling sick finally recovered when they stepped on solid ground. Out of curiosity, many of them even had conversations with the people of the Hua tribe. They were still not familiar with the language here, so they spoke slower than the locals. Since the people of the Tay tribe were allies with the Flaming Horns and the Hua tribe were also allies with them, an ally's ally was naturally a friend. That was why Gula and the others from the Hua tribe embraced them with warmth and passion. They even went to hunt for fresh wild beast meat to serve them. Shashwan let Cha-Cha deliver the wooden boxes full of ice up to the snowy mountaintops. There were many high mountains nearby. He wasn't sure whether it was because the temperature had not risen, but the distance halfway up the mountains was still snowy white. Atop the cold mountaintops, the melted water froze into ice once again. The insects and wild beasts inside also froze with the ice. Shashwan wore a beast hide glove and used his hands to wipe away the mud that covered the unknown creature within the ice. It didn't look like it, but the creature was acutely covered in dense mud. After wiping the mud away, he could finally see what the creature looked like. Wings? Shashwan looked at what seemed like wings that were covering the creature. There were still short thin hairs on the wings. He tried to pull the wings but he couldn't move it at all. Shashwan didn't plan on forcefully spreading them apart. He stopped once he noticed he couldn't pull it anymore. Instead, he examined the sharp claws that were revealed. It was similar to a bat's wings. The claws were attached to the creature's wings. He recalled all the wounds on the frozen insects and wild beasts. He looked at these claws again. Perhaps these claws caused those injuries. After Shashwan looked at them for a while, he put the creature back into the wooden box and closed the lid. Tomorrow, these would all become frozen again. Chapter 704 Pterosaur. Besides scooping up these insects and animals, the fleet also scooped up some extra ice to preserve them. After they finally reached land, even though they were still far from their tribe, they no longer felt the sense of imbalance they constantly felt at sea. After a few days of rest, their fleet set off once again. In the sky, the Hua tribe escorted them on the backs of a few giant mountain eagles to prevent any curious giant eagles from attacking their fleet. Those curious eagles could be very aggressive, so the people from the Hua tribe decided to escort them to prevent situations like these. Did Cha-Cha and the other eagles go to Eagle Mountain from here? Shashwan asked Gula. I don't know. When the great mountain eagles depart for Eagle Mountain, we're not allowed to follow. But I'm pretty sure this is the direction they traveled, Gula said. Perhaps it wasn't at this estuary, but it was highly possible that the mountain eagles flew over the mountains to the other side. The disaster had not happened back then, so the dangerous Great River still existed. Cha-Cha and the other eagles would never go near that river. The Hua tribesmen always thought that Eagle Mountain was deep within the heart of the mountains. They never thought that it could be farther away. Eagle Mountain was not here. It was where the Flaming Horn tribe was. The place was full of fearsome beasts. After their fleet passed the mountainous region, the Hua tribesmen no longer needed to escort them. They had already passed where the giant mountain eagles resided. After they bid their goodbyes, The fleet continued to travel down the river that led to the grassy plains. They followed the trail back to where they came from. After they rested at their first stop, the Tay tribesmen became more energetic. This was no longer the sea, so they became more relaxed. Their eyes filled with curiosity as they observed the tribespeople who lived on the grassy plains. Those people who were more sensitive could sense the presence of ancient fire seeds. So that's the ancient fire seed? How peculiar. You said. The Tay tribe merged their fire seed long ago. They had not used the ancient fire seed since a very long time ago. They never thought they could sense the presence of a fire seed on this continent. Such powerful energy. Even if it was just a fire seed from a small tribe, the energy within an ancient fire seed could not be ignored. We can still sense the presence of primitive fire seeds now, but after a few more years, they'll be very rare. Duo King explained the changes that were occurring on this continent to Yu. According to what they heard from the Hua people, after the major tribes on this continent merged their fire seeds, many of the middle-sized tribes had also begun to merge their fire seeds. Perhaps, in about 5 to 10 years, all of the smaller tribes would also follow in their footsteps. After discussing this matter, Duo King told the Tay tribes people about their trading point. Since they were back, they no longer needed to worry too much. Life on the ships was very dull. They returned safely and didn't encounter any major problems on the way. Now, all the problems that they would face wouldn't be too significant. When the people on the shore saw the longboat fleet on the river, they also breathed out a sigh in relief. Why did they heave out a sigh of relief? Last year they watched the longboat tribe depart from here, but they never saw them return. Winter had arrived, but they still hadn't returned. They thought that something had happened to the longboat tribe, but this thought did not originate out of their worry for them. Rather, they were accustomed to seeing the fleet return from their travel every time. Last year, they only saw their fleet leave. They waited for a whole season, and yet they still had not returned. Something just felt incomplete within them, but now, they finally felt complete. Some people also felt that it was a little unfortunate. If the longboat tribe indeed got into an accident on their trip, it would make fantastic news. After all, the longboat tribe was recognized by all as the strongest tribe on the river. It was rare to see anything happen to them. As Duo King explained the situation at the Flaming River to Yu and the others, Shashwan checked on the ice that was slowly freezing up inside the storage cabins. He didn't care about other matters. Duo King just felt a sudden interest in these creatures, so he wanted to bring these things back to show to his tribesmen at home. It was just another new discovery they made at sea. These were things from very long ago after all. After he showed these to his people, there was no way for them to continue preserving them like this. They still didn't have enough resources to keep these things the way they were and preserve them. And the Flaming Horn tribe definitely wouldn't waste their resources on something that had no practical use. So he figured that after his people had seen them, he would throw these insects and beasts into marshes or pits or use them as fertilizer. However, the only thing Shashwan really cared about was the creature he scooped up. After it was frozen again, Shashwan didn't notice much of a change when he moved the wooden box, but now that he took a closer look at it, he noticed that there were some changes in the creature's bones. No, not its bones exactly. Some of its other parts had also changed. Shashwan could feel a weak breath of life within the creature. It was very subtle. If the ice melted and the creature was taken out of the ice, perhaps it would lose its very last breath and die. He realized that this creature, whatever it was very close to dying. So it wasn't too different from dead. Shashwan wanted to test his hypothesis right away, but this wasn't the right place. This was a ship. If he wasn't careful, the ship might suffer severe casualties. That would be a huge problem that might hinder their travel back home. The time will come for this, so he didn't need to rush it. All Shashwan wanted to do was test whether his guess was true. So he would wait until they reached the Flaming River trading point. The conditions there were more suitable for him to experiment with these things. Shashwan sighed as he looked at the frozen block. He covered the lid of the wooden case and took out a piece of gray linen cloth. Then, he started drawing on it with a carbon rod. He drew out the skeletal structures he could identify. These bones formed the structure of the creature, and he remembered it clearly in his special vision. He drew it on the cloth and separated parts of the complete picture into different parts. After he separated these, he felt like the drawing wasn't realistic enough. So he found a piece of wood and sharpened it into small sticks. He then cut the small sticks into what seemed like small bones that resembled the original bones. Some of the smaller bones might be missing, but what he needed was a full skeletal figure. He would make a copy of every single bone on the beast with the wooden sticks until he could assemble a complete skeleton. After it was finally complete, Szechuan started assembling the wooden bones. He started with the head. This was the most obvious part of the creature. He would slowly work his way from there. When he couldn't determine which bone was which, he started working from the tail part, because it was very unique too. Then, he worked his way up the tail until he was stuck again. Finally, he started from its claws. Once Szechuan put his full concentration on something, he could forget about time. He would rarely walk away from something if he wasn't done with it. After Duo King finished his conversation with Yu and the others, he looked around and noticed Szechuan wasn't there. He asked around and found out that Szechuan went to the cabins that stored the frozen creatures. He went over there to look. The door was shut. Duo King stood outside the door and asked in a low voice, "Szechuan, Grand Elder?" No one answered. After a moment of hesitation, Duo King gently knocked a couple times on the door. "Szechuan, are you inside?" "Yes." Szechuan finally came back to his senses. He was too focused examining the final product he had assembled. He didn't hear him at all the first time Duo King called his name. After Duo King entered the cabin, the first thing he saw was the skeleton on the wooden box. This skeleton was strange. At first sight, it seemed like a bat, but very soon he realized that it wasn't. This figure appeared more aggressive than a bat's. Duo King gained enough experience on his hunts that allowed him to roughly guess what the creature was by simply analyzing its skeleton. "What is this?" Szechuan rubbed his sore eyes and then said, "A pterosaur." Chapter 705 Arrival at the Tribe. A pterosaur? Duo King was lost for words. It was clear this was the first time he ever heard this name. "What's a pterosaur? A bird?" Duo King asked curiously after he looked at the skeleton that didn't seem thin at all. His frown grew deeper as he examined the figure. "This doesn't look like an ordinary bird. If this creature was larger, it could be very dangerous." This was just a rough model of the skeleton. The bones' actual structures and the muscle lining of the creature would also affect their judgment of a fierce beast. Duo King could only roughly guess from analyzing this model. They're different from birds. They existed before most tribes were even formed. Szechuan didn't know when tribes were formed here, so he was just making a guess. Szechuan thought about this before too. Before the tribes existed and humans became the main predator at the top of the food chain, did other creatures exist? Szechuan didn't search for deeper answers because there were no other records of this fact. After all, the present and the future were what was most important right now. Now, what they found in the floating pieces of ice kept reminding Szechuan of how there were other things that humans didn't know about that happened way before their existence. Perhaps the civilization back then wasn't as developed so they couldn't record these facts. The frozen ice pieces they found at sea weren't the only ones that existed. They didn't just appear this year either. Maybe they appeared often, but no one ever scooped them up and studied them. People just let these ice pieces melt and get devoured by other fish and beasts in the sea. These were just found by their fleet, who just happened to pass by them. The other insects and beasts stuck in the ice all existed at the same time as this pterosaur. Then, could it be that there were more ancient creatures preserved by ice at the coldest place on Earth? If Szechuan had the chance, he would really love to go take a look. Dinosaurs. Of course, this was not the time to think too far about these matters, since he already guessed what was inside the ice by reconstructing its skeleton. Szechuan began to set future plans. He had to test it out on this beast once he returned. "Is there anything you wanted to tell me?" Szechuan asked Duo King. Duo King came back to his conscience as he looked away from the wooden skeletal structure. He said, "It's the Tay tribe." I showed them the topographical map of the Flaming River trading point and the headquarters. I also asked them where they preferred to settle. They intend to settle somewhere similar to us. They will find a place in the forest and set that as their main residential headquarters, and a group of them will enter the trading point. After all, they would have enough to trade all year long. The Tay tribe were skilled in searching and cultivating medicinal herbs. Before, they would go on expedition trips twice or thrice every year because the market was too far away. They could only exchange for more resources in the city, so every year, they would accumulate and store their stock until it was enough, and then head out to the trading centers to sell all their goods. Now they no longer needed to do such things. The Flaming Horns owned a trading point and the Tay tribe had goods to trade with them all year long. They could bring their goods to the trading point any time to trade, so it was much more convenient for them. That's it. Shashwan didn't think these matters were important enough for Duo King to personally come look for him. Back then when they were trying to convince the Tay tribe to migrate, they had already predicted which part the Tay tribe would choose to settle in. These were all aligned with what they had predicted. Hey, there's something else. Duo King giggled as he rubbed his hands excitedly. You said that we're going to expand our territory at the trading point? That's right, Shashwan nodded. If the Tay tribe joins us, can we start the construction soon? Duo King's eyes were full of hope. That will have to depend on whether the trading point could actually function stably. Expanding the territory is definitely something we'll do, but we don't need to rush it. We already put up signs to mark our territory where the King's Stone Worm passed. Those markings were enough to establish the foundation of our territory. There's no need to waste all that. Indeed, the King's Stone Worm's trail covered a large area, and if they built houses on the trail, they would definitely be stable enough. They could even make stone roads out of those trails. Of course, plans were always beautiful, but they had to take a step at a time. They had to function well enough and ensure that everything was stable before they expanded, or else other people might take advantage of them if they weren't careful. Duo King understood why Shashwan was worried. He just wanted to confirm how long it would take for them to start working as planned. After the fleet arrived at the Longboat tribe, they rested for a few days there. They still needed their ships, so these ships would continue to travel down the river. Mufa's fleet brought back a lot of different plants and wild beasts from the other continent for their people at home. Even though they didn't really like the flavor of some fruits and the texture of the wild beasts' meat, they treated these goods as treasures just because they came from the other continent. There were some shocking differences between the Longboat tribesmen who went on the trip on sea and those who stayed behind. The ones who went appeared a lot prouder, fiercer, and more dangerous. When they made jokes, the look in their eyes was one of great ambition. The voyage changed them. Not long in the future, as more and more longboats depart to the sea on expedition trips, every single one of them would experience the same changes. Soon, the Longboat tribe would no longer be the same people they knew before. Mufa's group no longer followed the fleet. Instead, another group of longboats followed them back. Before the fleet set off again, Mufa even reminded the other longboats to bring back more wood from the Flaming Horn's place. Don't worry, Chief. We'll never forget about something this important. The leader of this team said affirmatively. They also wanted to travel on sea. More ships had to be built in order for them to achieve this dream. That was why they wouldn't forget about the wood they needed to build these ships. After they left the Longboat tribe, the fleet continued to drift down the river in the direction of the Flaming River. During the time they left, there were a few middle-sized tribes that had successfully merged their fire seeds. However, one of these tribes failed. Failure only meant one thing: extermination. Shashwan wasn't sure why exactly they failed, but according to what the longboats said, something bad happened during the merging process. The shaman of that tribe was killed at a crucial moment. They didn't even have the chance to pick another successor for their shaman to continue the merging process. Our shaman said that it was probably the people from the desert who did it. The longboat warrior who was leading this team said. Most people would probably guess that it was the people from the other side of the sea who did it, but if they thought carefully, the chances of it being the people from Rock Hill City wasn't small either. After all, they needed slaves. A tribe without a fire seed would become wanderers, and wanderers would make the best slaves. Shashwan couldn't be sure who actually did it, but he guessed that it was probably one of the two. The longboat shaman had his reason for guessing it was the people from the desert who did it, but the longboat shaman didn't know one thing: totemic warriors could still be made into monsters after they died, so turning these people into wanderers wasn't really necessary. When they finally reached the Flaming Horn tribe, the weather was already a lot warmer. As a welcoming gesture, the Flaming Horns hosted a feast at the trading point for their old friend. This time, they didn't invite any of the other major tribes. The people who attended were mainly people from the Tahan Flaming Horn tribe. Wu He and his group of 5 were finally released from prison. Since the Tay tribe was here, according to their promise, they would also achieve their freedom. The 5 prisoners were overjoyed when they finally regained their freedom. Even though the Flaming Horns had improved their living conditions and gave them a better environment to live in, it was just comparatively better. Even though they were cold during the winter, the beast hides the Flaming Horns gave them were quite decent, so they didn't catch a cold. Even though these hides kept them warm, it couldn't alleviate their boredom. To any Changlas, being stuck inside a narrow cave was the worst torture. Chapter 706 It's Alive. The Flaming Horns thought that the 5 Changlas would leave immediately after they were released. However, they decided to stay on the Flaming Horns territory for a longer time. They stayed away from the Flaming Horn headquarters because they didn't want to stay near where they were locked up for so long. They remained in the Flaming River trading point and chatted with the Tay tribesmen. They all came from the other side of the sea after all. The Flaming Horns kept a close watch over these Changlas. If they tried to steal again, the Flaming Horns wouldn't hesitate to kill them right away. After the Tay tribe picked the place for their settlement, they started building houses. The Flaming Horns also lent them a hand. Shashwan didn't need to be there to watch over them, and he also knew that building houses wasn't at all difficult for the Flaming Horns, so he left. The Flaming Horns couldn't help them if they started cultivating the land for growing medicinal herbs, but they could still help with building houses. After safely bringing the Tay tribesmen across, Shashwan no longer had any important work to do, so he headed to the secret chamber in the basement of the Flaming River Castle. The frozen creature, what Shashwan called the pterosaur, was in the secret room. That was the same one Shashwan scooped up from the sea. Besides this creature, there were also 2 gomphos the size of rabbits. One had just died recently, the other one was half-rotten. TL note: Gomphos is a genus name of an ancient rabbit-like creature that looks like that. The monster the Hua tribe brought over was put to a corner of the room. Shashwan didn't need to study it anymore. After this, he could burn the monster immediately because it was no longer needed. The Hua tribesmen didn't want it anyway, so it was better to burn it than leave it here to rot. There could possibly be some hidden dangers in the monster, so the earlier they burned it, the earlier they could eliminate the dangers. If the Hua tribesmen were here now, they would also notice what had changed about the monster. Even though this monster seemed dead the time they brought it back, he could feel something special within its body back then. Now, this monster was really dead. Even the special energy within its body had disappeared. Shashwan had discovered some of the secrets hidden in this body before he departed to the sea, but he didn't have time to prove whether his guesses were correct. On the ship, there were too many factors restricting him, and he also didn't want to take any risks. If he wasn't careful, he might even bring problems to the entire fleet. That was why he waited all the way till now. He could finally put all of his focus on this subject and not worry about blasting a giant hole in the ship. During his study, Shashwan also noticed that there were secrets hidden in the monster's bones. It was dead merely because all of his internal organs had been removed. It wasn't supposed to be possible for it to move, but this monster could still move, run, chase and kill other people. The source of energy that allowed them to move was hidden within their bones. The bone marrow can produce more blood cells. Even if these bones no longer made blood, if it needed to, it could still produce blood. An animal's corpse still had enough potential to make blood. Shashwan called this potential active potential. As long as there was still active potential in the bone marrow, it could still be endowed with power that could allow it to move. Even though the corpse no longer had consciousness and was no longer the same person or animal as before, the power that could drive them was the hidden active potential in their bones. They were like puppets without self-consciousness. Usually, the active potential inside a creature's bones would weaken after its death, and the longer they waited, the lower the rate of success. If he wanted to successfully recreate a monster, he had to do it fast. Amongst the two Gomphos, the one that had died had much stronger active potential within its bones compared to the half-rotten one. Even if Shashwan was able to make the half-rotten one stand on its feet again, it would be no different from a rusty machinery. It wouldn't be able to move naturally. Of course, these were all Shashwan's guesses. They were all based on his theory. But this theory had not been proven. Shashwan never anticipated meeting those ancient creatures preserved in ice on his trip out at sea. Why did Shashwan choose this pterosaur and not the others? The active potential in the other creatures' bones were all too weak. He would rather pick out some dead animals that had died for a long time in the forest, like the half-rotten Gomphos, than pick up any of those frozen animals. There was no difference in the active potential of their bones. The pterosaur, however, was different. Shashwan was confident he could reactivate the potential within that creature's bones. It was only after they arrived safely at this continent, when the ice melted, when he noticed a change in the creature's body. The weak life force within the creature had slightly reactivated the active components in the creature's bones. The main difference that distinguished this pterosaur from the other frozen creatures was that it was alive before it was frozen. The other frozen ancient creatures had all been killed before they were frozen. Shashwan didn't experiment on the Gomphos in front of him that had died not long ago. Instead, he looked at the frozen creature in front of him and brought a torch closer and started melting away the ice. As the ice melted, the creature that looked like a pterosaur was once again revealed in front of Shashwan. It was still rolled up in a ball. Its wings covered its body and its head was also hiding within. He couldn't see what it looked like exactly. Below, two hind claws were slightly revealed. Shashwan tried to pull the creature's wings to the side but he couldn't move it, so stopped. He didn't forcefully pull them apart. In order to activate the potential within the creature's bones, the first thing he needed to do was endow it with power, the power of the fire seed. The fire seed's energy could be merged with the bodies of the tribesmen, and its power could flow through the blood in their veins. This power could be passed from one generation to the next. So of course it was also within their bone marrow. Even if their blood could no longer be used and their bone marrow no longer produced blood, it could still carry the power of the fire seed. He wiped away the water on the stone table and observed the still creature. It was still alive, but its breath wasn't stable. Its energy was constantly fluctuating, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. It was fighting to survive. If it won this battle, its breath would grow stronger and perhaps this ancient creature could bring itself back to life, but if it lost, it would fall silent and die, just like the other ancient creatures that had died in the ice. It would then rot away. Shashwan didn't make a move right away. Instead, he watched and observed whether this ancient creature could survive. The creature's breath was constantly changing. It was changing from slow to fast, but then started to slow down again. And then it started to weaken. It lost. Perhaps it was because it was frozen in the ice for too long. It wasn't strong enough to win this battle of life and death. Shashwan only lifted his hand when the creature's energy had weakened and almost disappeared. The success rate of his test would be higher if the host of the body wasn't rejecting his power. Now, the creature's life force was almost non-existent, so it naturally couldn't fight back. This was the reason Shashwan waited. Shashwan summoned the fire seed's energy from within his body. This was similar to the time he marked Caesar. However, he used totemic power back then. Even though the totemic power originated from the fire seed, it was still a little different compared to the fire seed. Now, Shashwan was directly using the power of the Flaming Horn's fire seed that was merged with his body. He did not completely suppress the other energy in his body though. He let the energy of the fire seed influence that energy, so that energy was also charging up. Sometimes, this special power within him was even more useful than the Flaming Horn's fire seed. If the fire seed's energy couldn't make this work, Perhaps he would consider trying that energy. Maybe the success rate would be higher. The totemocline surfaced to his skin. A flame appeared on Szechuan's hand. He placed his hand directly on top of the creature. He was slowly testing the creature with the flames. Soon, the entire creature was engulfed in the flames. The flames burned through its skin and reached its muscles and entered every single bone. The high active potential within the bones allowed this creature to rapidly absorb the energy of the flames. Szechuan examined the creature with his special vision. The bones on this creature were indeed experiencing a change. The bones were slowly changing colors, and were burning bright red. The energy was seeping through. At first, only those bones that still had bone marrow experienced the change, but very soon, Szechuan noticed that it didn't stop there. The frozen blood within the creature was melting, and Szechuan could feel the blood starting flowing within the creature. From what he observed, a few red lines started appearing. Those were the creature's blood vessels. The red color was the power of the fire seed. To some extent, this was actually another type of fire seed merging process, except their target and purpose were different. Thump, thump. It was the sound of a heart pumping. Szechuan was stunned when he heard this sound. Logically, this should not be happening. This was a dead body. It was no different from the monster. The monster could still stand up and move around without its heart and other organs. This meant that the monster didn't really need a heart. However, the heart within this creature under his palm had actually started beating. Thump, 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 thump. At first it was very weak, but gradually, it grew stronger until more red thin lines appeared, especially in the area near the creature's heart. Its heart was beating faster. A few moments ago, its heart was only beating twice every minute, but now, it was beating to a rhythm similar to breathing. The life force of this creature was growing stronger, as if it was breaking through the ice. All of these facts could only prove that this creature was waking up. Szechuan did not stop there though. The pterosaur was not rejecting Szechuan's actions. It did not reject the power of the fire seed. Perhaps the creature knew that this was the only way for it to wake up. Its frozen body was starting to warm up. The wings that were wrapped tightly around it also started to move, making gentle creaking sounds. Its hind claws also unraveled and slowly extended outwards. Szechuan noticed that its hind legs were thicker compared to a bat's, and looked a lot stronger too. Click, click, click. The wings moved once again and slowly opened towards the side. Its head also protruded from under its wings. Szechuan looked at the ancient creature that was slowly unraveling. It was no doubt the pterosaur. However, this was a lot smaller in size compared to most of the pterosaurs Szechuan knew about. Chapter 707. A different kind of slave. The pterosaur was so small. Szechuan couldn't be sure if this pterosaur was still a hatchling, but was it possible that an adult pterosaur was this size? After its body finally warmed up and its blood started flowing, its heart was also beating at a steady rate. After it opened up its wings, the creature's eyes finally opened. As a reptile, its glare was sharp with murderous intent, but it didn't feel as cold as a snake's or crocodile's stare. The pterosaur was still a little confused when it opened its eyes. It couldn't adapt right away to what it was seeing. Well, it had been frozen for ages. It made sense if the creature's brain was not functioning properly right away. After a while, the pterosaur stretched its neck and moved its head from side to side. It twisted its head and looked at itself, and as if it was shocked, it tried to move back, but struggled and fell backwards. Even though it could move around after the frozen parts of its body started to melt, it didn't yet have the ability to move freely. Noticing that it couldn't move, the creature opened its mouth loudly and screeched in protest. Its mouth was lined with sharp teeth. Some pterosaurs had teeth, while others didn't. This one did, and it looked very aggressive. Szechuan observed the changes in the creature's body. As the temperature started to rise within the pterosaur's body, it was becoming slightly different from other reptiles. It was more like a bird now. When its body reached a certain temperature, it maintained at the same level and no longer rose with the temperature around it. Its organs had also begun to move. It was vigilant and also knew how to threaten others. The creature's brain also regained a sense of self-consciousness. Now, it had finally awakened from its long frozen state. This was different from Szechuan's expectations. Initially, He only wanted to test his guesses on this creature's bones, but he never thought something like this would happen. But this wasn't too bad either. This was a very ancient creature after all. Shashwan was very curious about this creature and the era it lived in. Since this one survived, could it be possible that there were more ancient giant beasts residing somewhere in the world no one knew about? There were only some small holes in the secret room that served as ventilators. They weren't large enough for the creature to escape, so Shashwan wasn't worried about it escaping. Not to mention it had just recovered. Most parts of its body were still trying to return to their normal states. It was even hard for the creature to crawl now, so he really wasn't worried. Shashwan walked to the other table and left the creature there to fight its struggles. He walked over to examine the gomphos that had been slaughtered not too long ago. After comparing it with the other half-rotten one, Shashwan decided to try it on this one. Just when he was about to start, Shashwan felt a strong gaze watching him from his side. He turned his head over to look. It was the pterosaur. The creature was trying to get to its feet, and was watching him closely. No, to be exact, it was watching the gomphos under his hands. Hungry? After being sealed in the ice for so long, hunger was inevitable. Eating was indeed a great way to help it recover. Eating was also a wild beast's intrinsic nature. He sliced off a piece of meat from the gompho's body and brought it over to the pterosaur, who was still struggling to get up on the table. When Shashwan got close, the pterosaur retreated in fright. It almost lost its balance again. Its front limb was growing weak, and its wings and claws had also lost their flexibility and agility. However, the hunger within the creature left it no choice but to accept the food that was served to it. The pterosaur quickly bit onto the meat in Shashwan's hands and gulped it down after closing its mouth on the meat. The next moment, it reached out to bite on Shashwan's hand. This was getting serious. However, right when it almost bit down on Shashwan's finger, it stopped. It wasn't because it wanted to stop. It had no choice. It had no control over its own body. Get down. Following Shashwan's order, the pterosaur dropped down to its fours and stayed down low. Its wings were widely spread and its hind legs were also sprawled. Its body laid flat on the table. Roar! The sharp cry was so loud it filled the room. This was the scream made by the pterosaur as it was forced to go down on all fours. No one would be able to relax if they lost control over their own bodies. Not to mention a creature that came from ancient times. Shashwan glanced at the pterosaur once more before he looked away. This was actually a special enslavement style. Compared to the other enslavement methods, this method was more suitable for humans or creatures that no longer had a self-consciousness because it would give the slave master complete control over the slave's body. The slave would lose control over its body's movements, and only its master could control it. This was why enslavement would work better on slaves without self-consciousness. The success rates would be higher too, and after enslavement, the slave master would gain complete control over the slave. The normal enslavement method did not allow the slave master to have complete control over his slave. It was just like the case of Sapphire the beetle. Shashwan could sense where exactly it was and the conditions within its body. He could influence the energy within the beetle. After all, he was the one who gave it power during the enslavement. This pterosaur was different though. Even though it also relied on Shashwan's power to regain its energy to be able to stand on its feet again, the energy seeped through every single bone in its body. This allowed Shashwan to control every single bone on the creature's body. This was also why Shashwan didn't tie it up and let it move around freely. Shashwan didn't care what the pterosaur was thinking since he could stop its actions anytime. He could even pull apart every single one of its bones without even touching it. However, compared to normal slaves, this special method required a more refined energy. The pterosaur screeched out loud for a while, but very soon, its eyes were averted by the gomphos that was freshly slaughtered. The smell of blood was still strong, so the pterosaur looked at it attentively, and then looked over again at Shashwan with a vigilant glare. Very quickly, it turned back to look at the gomphos again. Shashwan ignored the creature. He continued what he was doing and used the same enslavement method on the gomphos that had lost its self-consciousness. Shashwan didn't remove its internal organs. He was just performing a test and he wasn't planning on using it afterwards, so he didn't do any extra work. The Gomphos didn't die too long ago, so the active potential within its bones was still very high. It had also lost its self-consciousness, so everything was still going smoothly. A moment ago, the pterosaur was still thinking about how it should eat the Gomphos, but suddenly, flames appeared in Szechuan's hands and the pterosaur shrieked with a noise even louder than before. It was a noise filled with fear and terror, and this scream was even louder than when Szechuan forced it to lay down flat on the ground. Szechuan frowned, but he didn't stop what he was doing. He completely ignored the pterosaur's cries. The Gomphos that was slowly losing its life force was changing at a rapid speed. This change wasn't happening on the outside but within the creature. Whoosh! The Gomphos was obviously dead, but its stiff body parts suddenly regained a new life force. The creature got up on its feet effortlessly, and when it moved, Szechuan could hear the sound of its dead muscles being forcefully pulled into action by the creaking of its bones. Chapter 708, Awakening of the Ancient Fearsome Beast. During this unique enslavement process, Szechuan put the Gomphos next to the pterosaur and compared the two creatures. He didn't use as much energy to enslave the Gomphos. It required less energy and was a lot simpler. This might be due to the fact that the Gomphos no longer had self-consciousness, but the main underlying cause was the creature's inherent characteristics. Even though the Gomphos' bones had a higher active potential, its quality wasn't good enough. Simply put, its bones couldn't hold too much of the fire seed's energy. This was just a typical wild beast in the forest after all. It was in the lower levels of the food chain, so it couldn't hold as much energy within its bones. The pterosaur wasn't large either. It was even smaller than the Gomphos, but Szechuan noticed that the pterosaur's bones could store more of the fire seed's energy than the Gomphos. The size of the animal's bones was not at all correlated with the amount of energy it could store. Then, could it be that the more advanced the species, or the stronger the person, the more energy it can store? Szechuan decided he would have to test on a fearsome beast freshly slaughtered at the market. He was just planning to leave but suddenly thought about the pterosaur that was still flat on the table. He turned around to look at it. The creature also twisted its neck rigidly to look at Szechuan. Szechuan turned his head and walked out the door of the secret room. He pulled the thick and heavy stone door behind him and shut it tightly as he left. The same moment Szechuan shut the door, he freed the pterosaur from telepathic control. He didn't walk far though. He stayed and waited beside the door. Szechuan could sense the pterosaur's movements within the room. It was as if the picture was projected within his mind. It was crystal clear. However, it wasn't a picture of the creature's entire body. He could only see its skeletal structure. This was because its bones were filled with the fire seed's energy, so even when the creature swung its tail from side to side, he could see those movements clearly. After Szechuan left, the pterosaur regained its freedom. After it got on its feet, it scanned the room cautiously and cried out once to make sure no one was around. After waiting patiently for a while, it finally turned and crawled towards the Gomphos on the other table. The pterosaur's wings were a lot more flexible now compared to when the ice in its body first melted. It was also crawling a lot faster now. The stench of blood coming from the Gomphos' dead body aroused the hunger within the pterosaur, and it was crawling even faster now. As soon as it reached the Gomphos, the pterosaur extended its neck and bit down deep into the Gomphos. The small slice Szechuan fed it was clearly not enough to sate its hunger. The creature wasn't strong, so it was only tearing small slices of meat with its sharp teeth from the Gomphos' body. It didn't tear out large pieces each time, but it was eating very quickly. Szechuan left after he watched from outside the door for a while. There wasn't anything important in the room, so Szechuan wasn't worried. No matter how much damage the pterosaur did, there was no way it could barrel through the thick stone walls of the secret chamber, right? At the same time, Szechuan also wanted to know the distance in which he could maintain a stable control over the pterosaur. The more time he spent learning about it, the more secrets he discovered about this enslavement method. It allowed him to understand more about the person who invented enslavement too. Up till now, No one knew who or which group was the mastermind behind all the monsters. Yi Si said that the Yi family was involved, but he wasn't sure exactly how many. Then there was the person who had left the Yi family 1,000 years ago. What exactly was his role in this matter? Shashwan shook his head and continued to walk out the castle. At the same time, he was watching the projected image in his mind. As long as he was within the control radius, he could see the pterosaur's movements. Shashwan could still see a clear picture in his mind of the room all the way until he walked out the flaming river castle. The pterosaur was still eating. Shashwan went to a stall that sold fearsome beast meat and picked a beast that was recently slaughtered. He carried it all the way back to the secret room. The pterosaur was still tearing at the Gomfo's meat, but it suddenly stopped eating and retreated into one corner when it heard Shashwan's footsteps. Shashwan ignored it. Instead, he set the fearsome beast he carried down on the stone table. The beast had already been cleaned and its internal organs removed. All of its blood had been let out, and he even rubbed it to see if there was still blood in the creature. Only a few drops of blood dripped on the table. When the pterosaur smelled the fresh blood from the beast, its head protruded from behind the Gomphos and looked in Shashwan's direction. It was testing whether Shashwan would force it to get down on all fours as he did before. It looked at the fearsome beast again. The pterosaur looked like it wanted to advance, but didn't dare to. It was clear the pterosaur was interested in the fearsome beast. Fearsome beast meat was different from wild beast meat after all. This kind of meat would attract different kinds of predators. From the pterosaur's actions, Shashwan could tell that it preferred fearsome beast meat more than wild beast meat. The only thing that was holding it back was its fear of Shashwan. Shashwan used the same method and performed the same kind of enslavement on this beast. It was exactly what he had expected. Fearsome beast bones could be merged with more energy from the fire seed, and it could absorb more energy than the wild beast. Even so, it couldn't be compared to how much a human can absorb. When Shashwan was experimenting with the monster, even though he didn't get to finish his experiment, he could already guess what the results were. After a few rounds of testing, Shashwan finally deduced that humans could absorb more energy from the fire seed than fearsome beasts. This was probably why the people from Rock Hill City chose to use humans as subjects for enslavement instead of fierce desert beasts. After he finished testing, Shashwan was about to carry the fearsome beast out. The only thing he did with this meat was he used it to test the special enslavement method. It could still be eaten after testing. Of course, he wouldn't put it out for sale at the stalls. He would just give it to the other flaming horns. The bones of this fearsome beast were fused with the energy of their fire seed. It was different from other meat. The pterosaur was still looking at Shashwan before he carried it away. He picked up a knife and sliced out a piece of meat and left it on the stone table. Then, he carried the fearsome beast and walked away. After he left the secret room, Shashwan handed this beast to the soldiers who were just about to head out for lunch. Take out the bones and cook soup with it. Don't waste any of the bone marrow. These bones have merged with our fire seed, Shashwan said. The warrior held the fearsome beast Shashwan handed him. He looked at the fearsome beast in his arms. He still couldn't understand what had happened, but he didn't care too much. He knew he just had to follow whatever the Grand Elder said. He walked a few steps forward and then slapped his head. All the Grand Elder said was eat. This he knew. When Shashwan went back to the secret room, he noticed that only 2/3 of the fearsome beast meat on the table was left. The piece of meat Shashwan left behind was about the same size as the pterosaur. Seeing how it was still eating aggressively and had no intention to stop, he could only wonder how much the creature would end up eating at the end. The pterosaur probably got bolder after noticing how Shashwan didn't attack him anymore. It was probably because of the food too. It was bolder in front of its prey, but it still did not dare approach Shashwan. The creature's eyes were filled with fear and terror whenever it looked at Shashwan. Shashwan didn't look in that direction anymore after he caught a glimpse of what was happening. He was planning on testing it out on the half-rotten Gomphos. He already brought it all the way here. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. When Shashwan was starting the enslavement, he stayed cautious and observed the pterosaur's reaction. Just now, when he was enslaving the fearsome beast, he noticed how terrified the pterosaur was. Even though it didn't scream, It hid behind the gomphos. In Shashwan's mind, he could still see it shivering in fright. Now, when Shashwan summoned flames to his hands, the pterosaur dropped its food and immediately looked for a place to hide. Panicking, it hid under the stone table right away. If it didn't open up its wings, it would most likely have fallen. The creature had just woken up from ice, so it was still fairly weak. The half-rotten gomphos didn't waste too much of Shashwan's time. Shashwan took the least time enslaving this one. However, under Shashwan's control, the gomphos' bones fell apart after it stood up and took a few steps. It was just like a broken machine. He could not control it well. It doesn't work if the active potential is too low. So it was the active potential in the bones after all. No wonder the people from Rock Hill City didn't use any rotten bodies when they made the monsters. All of the bodies they had selected seemed carefully processed before they were enslaved. They seemed to value the quality of the monsters' bodies. After Shashwan learned about the secret behind the secret desert monster, he told everyone at a meeting of senior Flaming Horn members. However, not everyone could use this method to enslave any recently dead fierce beasts. None of the others succeeded, not even Chengluo, Duo Kang, or the two retired shamans. Guizi had not given it a try because she was studying a new herb. Now, in the Flaming Horn tribe, amongst all the people who knew about this secret, the only person who could successfully perform this type of enslavement was Shashwan. Everyone was curious when they heard that the ancient creature came back to life. Most of the insects that had been extracted from the ice had been made into fertilizer. Only a few unique ones that were more complete and undamaged were kept. The two retired shamans found a cave atop a high hill to store them. They wanted to keep these so their descendants could study them. After all, these creatures came from very, very long ago. They could very possibly be older than all their ancestors. Now, when these two old shamans heard that one of these creatures actually survived, they all couldn't wait to see this strange creature. Duo King also mentioned that this creature was similar but different from a bird. Shashwan had been training the pterosaur for the past few days inside the secret underground room. This was an ancient fierce beast after all. Even though it was smaller in size, he still had to be careful. Shashwan already noticed how aggressive it could get in the past few days as it slowly recovered. It wouldn't be good if he let it out and it attacked his own people. That was why the first thing they smelled when the group of people followed Shashwan to the secret room was the stench of blood. Shashwan also felt that the smell in the room was too strong, but this was the best he could do for now because the beast had not been tamed or trained. There was a piece of meat on the stone table that had been chewed halfway. Most of it had been torn off. The water moonstone on the wall was still glowing. There was a rat and bird cage in one corner of the room. It was empty, but there were feces at the bottom of the cage. If they merely relied on their hearing, they wouldn't have been able to tell where the pterosaur was hiding. But through sensing the fire seed's energy that coursed within its body, they could tell where it was. A figure hid under the table in a dark corner. It looked like a bat and was hanging upside down from the side of the table. The people standing at the door couldn't see it clearly due to their angle and the lighting in the room. Chapter 709. How did the dinosaurs disappear? This pterosaur was cautious and studied its surroundings with watchful eyes. Even though it had developed a closer connection with Shashwan during the past few days he fed it, it was still very afraid of Shashwan. The pterosaur was already fully recovered and it was pretty much no different from the state it was in before it was frozen. It had a much faster reaction speed now and much sharper senses too. When the door of the secret room opened, it could sense the other strangers who had come with Shashwan. That was why it hid away so fast. It didn't learn this hiding method from bats though. Back then when it lived in the forest, whenever it sensed danger, it would hide behind thick bushes or giant leaves. Since it was so small, it couldn't fly fearlessly in the sky like the other giant pterosaurs. During this time, Shashwan noticed that this pterosaur belonged to a smaller species of the pterosaur family. He probably wouldn't get to see any pterosaurs that he imagined in his mind, the ones as large as Chaka. The others surrounded the table and waited as Shashwan carried the pterosaur out from underneath the table. All of them watched the ancient creature with eager eyes. "This is the pterosaur you told us about?" Zhang Luo examined the pterosaur that was hanging from the table. It looks weird indeed. It's neither a bird nor a bat. Did it really come from that long ago? I wanted to touch its wings, but the creature shrank away. It could sense the fire seed's energy within these strangers' bodies. Even though they looked different, their energies were similar. Friends, this was the creature's first thought. Even though the pterosaur couldn't understand why these people looked so different from itself, it still knew what it should be doing. Szechuan had trained it not to attack anyone with similar energies. He punished it whenever it attacked people with the fire seed's energy, so it no longer dared to attack. The creature only watched them cautiously and dodged whenever they tried to touch it. It's unbelievable. It survived for so long inside the ice. It's such a small creature. Duo King held his hand up to measure its size. It was even smaller than the two gomphos he gave Szechuan, but it had a surprisingly strong life force. Szechuan, since you found one, what do you think happened to the other beasts of that time? The retired shaman stroked his beard thoughtfully. Judging by the looks of the dead insects and beasts and this pterosaur now, it seems like the beasts from that time were very different from the beasts now. Yes, the beasts at that time were indeed different from the beasts now, but I don't know what made them disappear. I was thinking about this too, and I came up with a few theories these few days, Szechuan said. The other flaming horns didn't ask Szechuan how he knew all of these. They didn't think it was important. Even if they asked and Szechuan told them that the ancestors told him about these, they would have believed him. What mattered most to them was what Szechuan said, not where he got all this information from. The two retired shamans' eyes suddenly lit up with interest when they heard Szechuan's words. The others also looked at Szechuan and waited for him to continue. When they heard Szechuan say that these creatures existed even before their ancestors, they were all shocked. They couldn't imagine what that era was like. What was the status of humans back in those days? Why do you think they disappeared? It might have been the fire seed, Szechuan said. The fire seed? The others were all doubtful. What did the fire seed have to do with this? I noticed that this pterosaur is afraid of the fire seed's flames. While it's also wary of regular fire, it had a much stronger reaction towards the flames of the fire seed. Szechuan noticed this phenomenon when he was trying out the special enslavement method, so he tested it again the next few days. The creature reacted the same every time. It's scared of the fire seed's energy? It wouldn't matter if this happened to any other beasts, but didn't you say that it relied on the power of the fire seed's energy to recover? How can it be scared of the fire seed? Everyone was confused about this. Other tribes would feel repulsive energy from their fire seed, but creatures that had energy from the same fire seed shouldn't react like this. The other beasts that had been marked by the tribe's fire seed also weren't repulsed by their fire seed. I think it does know that the flames I make can't harm it. It looks more like it was acting out of a natural instinct to hide from fire seed flames. Could it be that it saw something similar to the fire seed before it was frozen? It probably developed an innate fear of anything similar to a fire seed. That's why it was so avoidant. Wait. Both shamans took out their pens and beast hide scrolls and started writing it down. After they scribbled, they looked up at Szechuan. You were saying? It was their duty after all. Even though both of them had retired, these elders were still highly interested in anything related to history. Even if what Szechuan said was just a guess, they would write it down. So what if they couldn't prove it? Their descendants might be able to find an answer. After reading what the two elders wrote, Szechuan continued with his story. If the pterosaur saw a fire seed shortly before it was frozen, then it would explain its reaction to our fire seed's energy. It would most likely forget about things that happened a long time ago, but if it saw our fire seed not long before it froze up in ice, then its reaction could be justified. Back in those days, the fire seeds were probably still inside fire ponds. It was so long ago, so there probably weren't any merged fire seeds. All of them nodded in approval. They understood what Szechuan said. Even on the other side of the sea, the merging of the fire seed only began not too long ago. Even at the very most, it wouldn't be longer than 10,000 or 100,000 years. Much less a million years. If the fire seed existed at that time, it would have still been in its ancient form. Even though I have no clue what actually happened back then, I'm guessing this had something to do with the ancient fire seed, or else the creature wouldn't be this afraid. Judging by how the creature looked at the fire seed's flames, it's clear that this is not its first encounter. It's as if it's looking at something terrifying and familiar. Szechuan couldn't read what the pterosaur was thinking because this enslavement method wasn't the same as the style he used on Sapphire the beetle. This enslavement was targeted at the creature's bones and not its consciousness, so Szechuan could not know what the creature was thinking. He could only make speculations based on his observations. Everyone accepted Szechuan's guess. In their hearts, the fire seed was the most powerful thing in the world. If something could make all the fierce beasts from that time disappear, it could only be the fire seed. They couldn't bring themselves to accept other reasons. Could there be anything more powerful than the fire seed? They didn't believe such a thing existed. However, it's just a theory. There are still many uncertain factors, and no one else knows what actually happened back then, besides him. Szechuan pointed at the alert pterosaur that was standing on the stone table. Since he had already used this enslavement method on this creature, Szechuan didn't think it was possible to use the method he used on Sapphire the beetle again. These two methods were too different. If he wasn't careful, the pterosaur might explode and die, then not even his bones would be left behind. Plus, these were issues that had happened so long ago. There was no real reason for them to investigate further. They weren't archaeologists anyways. They could put their efforts elsewhere, like building roads near the Flaming River and new houses. The other flaming horns were only curious for a while. They didn't intend on investigating further. We must take good care of it. Juan, if you can't do a good job, you can't leave it to us. This creature had seen the ancient fire seed from a very long time ago. It existed even before our ancestors, and it's alive too. The two retired shamans wanted to stay longer in the secret room, so when they left, they still looked back at the creature on the table with longing eyes. Amongst all the people in the group that came, the two elders probably had the most interest in the pterosaur. He knew that the two shamans probably meant for him to treat this pterosaur as their tribe's mascot, but Szechuan didn't think the same way. This creature wasn't big, and it's also very fierce and untamed. A mascot? He would be glad if it didn't hurt anyone. After the others left, Szechuan watched as the pterosaur hopped down from the stone table and glided down to the ground to look for food. Judging by its performance today, he could probably let it out after a few more days. 5 days later, Szechuan left the secret underground room with a newly made green bronze cage in his hands. He covered the cage with a thin cloth. The cloth had holes in it, so even though the people around him couldn't see what was inside, they saw a pair of curious eyes staring from within through the holes. Szechuan didn't open up the cage in the Flaming River Castle though. He held it with one hand and carried it all the way to the trading point. He walked through the trading point, went across the bridge, and headed for the Flaming Horn headquarters. Beside the Flaming River, a group of people was digging canals from the river. Other groups who joined came from the Tay tribe. They needed manpower to dig the canals, and they couldn't solely depend on the people from the Flaming Horn and Tay tribe. They had other matters to deal with in their tribe. The Tay tribe was constructing new buildings for themselves, so they couldn't dispatch too many of their people. Only some of them came. If any other strong men wanted to come help, they worked in exchange for some goods from the Flaming Horn tribe. The Flaming Horn tribe even provided 2 meals a day for these workers. There were others from expedition teams who wanted to join, but they came a step too late. They already had enough people for the work and everyone had already started working. The stone bridge on the Flaming River intercepted the river, so it wasn't convenient for ships to travel up and down the stream. That was why they decided to dig a canal that would curve around the stone bridge and connect to the lower segment of the stream. This was a huge project, and required a lot of work, but they weren't in a rush, so it was okay. The Flaming Horns had dug a human-made lake before, so they had some experience in digging. It wasn't at all problematic to them. When Szechuan walked by, They were still digging hard. Szechuan brought a fearsome beast from the trading point for them as extra food for their lunch. He also stopped by to ask about the work progress and whether they experienced any problems. When he heard the person in charge say everything was going smoothly, he didn't stay much longer. He walked toward the giant bridge of the flaming river and left, holding the cage in his hand. What was Grand Elder carrying in that cage? A flaming horn warrior asked another warrior beside him as he saw Szechuan walk away. I don't know. I sense something with our fire seed's energy. That's odd. Could it be that the Grand Elder marked another fearsome beast? How big was the cage? It's not even that big. So how big could it fit a fearsome beast? What else could it be if it's not a fearsome beast? You think our Grand Elder would hunt a normal wild animal? Never mind. We'll know what it is when he releases it. Chapter 710 Definitely a fearsome beast. Szechuan carried the cage all the way back to headquarters. When he reached a place with no one else around, he opened up the cage. The pterosaur couldn't wait any longer. When Szechuan lifted the cloth that was covering the cage, the pterosaur strained immediately. The pterosaur could see what was outside through the small holes on the cloth. The scent of the forest was familiar, although slightly different from what it remembered. As long as it was in the forest, it was elated. The pterosaur had been locked in the secret underground room for too long, and every day, it could only look at the same water moonstones and stone walls that surrounded it. Seeing the new environment, it was so excited that it flew up into the sky right away. However, it didn't dare to move when it was still inside the cage. Szechuan forcefully suppressed its movements whenever it didn't behave, so it learned to behave inside the cage. Before Szechuan unlocked the cage, the pterosaur didn't dare hop or move around. After it landed on the green grass, the pterosaur lowered its head and smelled the familiar scent of grass before it took a bite. Then, with a flap of its wings, the pterosaur lifted off the ground. Szechuan wondered if this pterosaur was unique or whether all pterosaurs were like that. It was very obvious how the creature couldn't fly as naturally as those birds that flew on a daily basis. This pterosaur wasn't as flexible and agile. After it landed on a tree, it stayed high up and observed all the trees and grass below it. It could also see a clear view of the river that was not too far away. It flapped its wings, as if ready to fly, but hesitated and looked at Szechuan again. It didn't dare to fly because it wasn't sure if it would die if Szechuan took control over its body in the middle of its flight. That was why the pterosaur stopped occasionally to look at Szechuan, checking if he was angry or said anything before it continued to fly again. The pterosaur was small, so it didn't have any trouble flying through the dense forest. The combination of colors on its body was a mix of the forest's green and the gray of branches. It camouflaged well as it flew through the woods. Szechuan even noticed that the creature had learned how to hide its breath. It wasn't hiding its own breath, however. Hiding one's own breath was a skill all hunters needed to learn, and it had mastered it long before. Now, it was learning how to hide the breath of the flaming horn fire seed's energy within its bone marrow. Perhaps in their future hunts, it would master control over its breath faster. Once it could finally control its breath and hide it, no one would be able to find it easily besides Szechuan. Sometimes, animals with a small physique shouldn't be underestimated. They could very possibly be more dangerous than the larger beasts. Szechuan didn't bring it to the residential area of the tribe. He only brought it out to move around in the forest near the boundaries of their territory. There was a whistle tower here. Soldiers on patrol would rest there whenever they finished their rounds. Szechuan noticed that the pterosaur was quite well behaved, so he brought it to that area. Now, it could already understand the simple orders given by Szechuan. The pterosaur was hunting for some insects that were hiding behind a leaf, but when Szechuan hinted for it to follow, it left its prey immediately and followed Szechuan into the woods without question. Grand Elder. The team that was resting in the woods stood up. They had just finished patrolling, and were resting here. After the patrolling soldiers greeted Szechuan, their eyes shifted to the other figure beside him. Szechuan pointed at the pterosaur that was resting on the tree beside him. He said, "He is going to be quite active around this area these few days. Just be careful not to shoot it down. He's not a bird and he's very fierce." The soldiers on patrol looked over. The bird that was resting on the tree also looked at them. The creature's vertical pupil was oval-shaped and seemed to carry a sharp vision. People with enough experience in hunting could tell what type of beast an animal was by judging their eyes. Some herbivores that were usually targeted by predators had horizontal pupils, whereas the predators usually had vertical pupils. There were also others with other pupil shapes, like round pupils. This way of determining an animal's species was highly restrictive and wasn't too accurate, but it was still a skill experienced hunters loved to share with newbies. Regardless of whether this bird was really fierce, at least no one treated it as a harmless herbivore. After he informed the soldiers on patrol, he then went up to the whistle tower and informed the soldiers stationed there too. The pterosaur waited on the branch for a while and only flapped its wings and flew to Szechuan when it saw Szechuan appear on the whistle tower. It flew up to the tower and rested on the rooftop. Szechuan was just talking to the soldiers on the whistle tower when Duokang came over to look for him. "I saw you heading in this direction. Come with me. I'll bring you to Tay's place and take a look. I heard they would be pretty much finished with the houses and the farms by today. We could discuss our plans for future hunts with them today too." The Tay tribe also needed to hunt here and there were definitely places for hunting. After all, this was such a huge forest. The 6 hunting trails the Flaming Horns marked didn't cover that much land, and they hadn't even penetrated deep within the forest. Some deeper parts of the woods had not even been explored. However, the Tay tribe wanted to establish a new hunting trail, and this wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. That was why the Tay tribesmen had been following the Flaming Horns out to the forest to decide on where they would set their trail. This was still not confirmed. When Szechuan heard about this, he decided to follow Duokang because he didn't have much to do at the moment. But he didn't plan on bringing the pterosaur. He was planning on letting it roam the area in the meantime. Even if Szechuan left to the Tay tribe, he could still sense where it was and could still control it. Szechuan had determined his radius of control and knew how far away he could be from it and still control it. The Tay tribe's property was still within this distance. After Szechuan and Duokang left, the warriors on the whistle tower couldn't hold back their curiosity. They stuck their heads out the window and looked at the creature on the rooftop. They hadn't seen a single bird in their tribe lately. The ducks and the tamed beasts didn't count. After they came back from the sea, Cha-Cha had been going out for hunts in the forest. It was probably because the food it hunted out at sea was too bland, and since it came back, it had been going out for adventures. Sometimes they wouldn't see him for a few days. As for Gui his snow falcon, it flew too fast and only stayed near the residential area so they rarely saw it. The warriors on the whistle tower examined this strange bird. Yes, indeed, most of the Flaming Horns considered creatures with wings to be birds. This one was just a little different from the other birds they had seen before. So they were all curious. "Did you hear? The Grand Elder brought this bird back from the sea," someone said. "A bird from the sea? No wonder it looks so weird." The pterosaur was resting on the roof of the whistle tower. It probably didn't like how people were watching it, so it flew down from the rooftop. The whistle tower was close to the Flaming River. Atop the whistle tower, the pterosaur eyes could scan past the woods and see what was on the river. As it lifted off from the roof of the tower, it glided in the air and flew down to the river. No, it flew away. It probably wouldn't go too far, right? "Look, over there, it's heading for the river." The pterosaur flapped its wings twice and dived aggressively into the river. "It's a duck, how can it swim?" The warriors on the whistle tower were all shocked. The ducks in their tribe didn't look like that. "I think something's wrong. Look there." "What's happening? Hurry. Let's go, fast." When the patrolling soldiers heard the commotion of the others on the whistle tower, they panicked too. All of them went to the Flaming River together. The people who were initially on the whistle tower saw water splashing wildly in the river. It seemed like something was battling underwater. They were only worried about the strange bird that dived into the river. The river was full of piranhas after all. It was the Grand Elder who brought it here. If something happened to it, they would owe him an explanation. Everything happened under their watch, and it all happened too quickly. When they rushed over, They were already a step too late. The river had already turned bloody. Szechuan was walking with Duo King to the Tate's residential area, but he suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Duo King asked. "Wait, I have to go back. Something happened back there." "What happened?" "I'll follow you." Duo King knew that whatever made Szechuan return was no small matter. When the two of them finally arrived at the flaming river, they saw the crowd of people there. It was those same warriors from the Whistle Tower and those who were patrolling. "What happened?" Duo King took a step forward and asked them. The people who were crowded there moved aside and let them pass. On the ground, there was a lump of bloody meat on the ground. This wasn't the pterosaur that dived into the river. It was a piranha that was half the length of a human's height. The piranha no longer looked like what it was when it was alive. Meat clumps dangled from the creature's dead body and all of the gills and scales had been forcefully torn off from it. Half a tail dangled from its body, and no eyeballs remained in its sockets. These wounds were not inflicted by other piranhas. Although some of these wounds were worsened by some other piranhas, they were not the ones who injured it so severely. Duo King had seen animals being torn apart by piranhas. It was different from the injuries on this piranha. What happened? Duo King asked everyone who was there. The people from the Whistle Tower and the others who were patrolling all looked simultaneously at a tree not too far away. On that tree, the strange bird was shaking off the water from its wings. Duo King looked at the pterosaur on the tree and then at the piranha that had been brutally killed. He then turned and looked at the other warriors around him. His eyes were filled with astonishment. "It killed it?" Everyone there nodded. "It's true. They saw it with their own eyes." When they pulled the fish out from the river, the strange bird was still tearing at the piranha's meat. The bird that they were worried about wasn't in trouble at all. The warriors who pulled the fish out from the river glared at the strange bird on the tree and wondered why the pterosaur flew up to the tree and stopped eating the fish. Did it sense Szechuan coming? Duo King opened his mouth. His lips trembled uncontrollably. Fearsome beast. It had to be a fearsome beast. How could it not be one if it was so fierce? During all his years of hunting, Duo King had never seen a fearsome beast so small. Perhaps there were also others that existed in the forest, but usually they would go for larger fearsome beasts. The smaller ones would be harder to find because they could hide. The rank of a fearsome beast isn't determined by whether a beast is fierce or brutal enough. Rather, what matters is whether it has the strength. All this time, Duo King had been treating this pterosaur as if it was one of their ducks. He never thought. Duo King glanced at the bloody piranha on the ground that no longer resembled one. He gulped down the saliva in his mouth and said to Szechuan, "I think I finally know why it survived the ice." Chapter 711 Replenishing Birds. After they found out how brutal and fierce this pterosaur was, everyone made sure to keep a close watch over this beast. For the next few days, Szechuan would let it roam around freely in the area and hunt for food. The pterosaur ate all sorts of animals, including flying beetles, stone-flying squirrels, and even bugs underground. Whenever it couldn't finish its food, it would hide it. That explained why they found so many dead insects and small beasts within the ice. The pterosaur probably hid them all after it hunted them. Some accident probably happened back then and froze all of them up. Of course, the pterosaur's training process didn't exactly go too smoothly. Sometimes the pterosaur would revert back to its wild nature, and it would be quite challenging to tame. It even tried to fly away when Szechuan wasn't paying attention. This creature could only be tamed by punishment and not by reward. It wouldn't remember if Szechuan treated it nicely, so every time it rebelled, Szechuan just forcefully suppressed its power. After a few times, it behaved a lot better. However, one of the reasons it didn't dare fly around recklessly was because it knew that the world was different now. This was not the same world it used to live in, and it was very dangerous. The pterosaurs no longer ruled the sky. Compared to flying around alone and exploring a new environment, wasn't it much better to stay with its own? At least whenever it encountered any dangers or birds that attacked it, it could fly back, and the flaming horns on patrol would protect it from them. The pterosaur wasn't afraid of one or two birds, but if there was an entire flock, it had no choice but to depend on the flaming horns. Szechuan was only curious why the pterosaur would fight Gui his snow falcon whenever they met. It couldn't fly as fast as the falcon, but it snapped quickly, so it would bite the falcon whenever it caught up. The pterosaur even bit off some of the falcon's feathers, but this wasn't a one-sided match. The pterosaur also suffered some blows from the falcon, and since it didn't have as many feathers like other birds, it was apparent whenever it got hurt, but it recovered very fast too. After noticing how they frequently fought with each other, he had to let the snow falcon live on the mountain in the residential area. As for this pterosaur, Szechuan didn't bring it up to the residential area because it was still untamed. Who could be sure what would happen if it went up? What if it hurt some of the children in the tribe? However, the pterosaur got along quite well with Cha-Cha and never tried to provoke him. Szechuan wasn't sure if it was because the pterosaur knew it was no match for Cha-Cha, but it just never did anything to offend him. Often it would even fly over and land beside Cha-Cha, especially when it encountered dangers, but every time, Cha-Cha would kick the pterosaur to the side. If Szechuan had not warned Cha-Cha not to attack it, he would have stepped on and killed the pterosaur. By this time, Cha-Cha was already quite annoyed by the pterosaur. Szechuan thought Cha-Cha and the pterosaur wouldn't get along well, but they suddenly agreed to live together peacefully. Afterwards, Szechuan discovered the reason behind their truce. The pterosaur had been helping Cha-Cha get rid of the parasites on his body. Parasites didn't just grow on furry beasts in the forest, it also grew on many birds. Although most birds would solve this problem on their own, some would use ants to clear off the parasites on their bodies. Others would rub themselves against some anti-parasitic plants. Sometimes Cha-Cha would rub himself against trees or bushes, and Szechuan couldn't help him with this problem. Szechuan didn't know how to concoct anti-parasitic medicinals for Cha-Cha. He couldn't get rid of these parasites, and the feathers on Cha-Cha's body had already become infected. Szechuan knew that birds had their ways to deal with these matters, so he didn't intervene. But now, the pterosaur had helped Cha-Cha solve this problem, and it seemed to be quite skilled at this. Could it be that their species had been doing this since a long time ago? Szechuan couldn't figure out the answer to this question, but he was happy to see that the two creatures could now live in peace together. Later, Cha-Cha even shared the prey he hunted with the pterosaur. It was as if they established a brotherly connection. Both of them were willingly helping each other out. Szechuan went to help out in the canal project whenever he had time. In their plan, this canal had to curve around all the places the king stone worm had passed, so it was quite a huge project. Even though everyone was still paying attention to what was happening in the desert, they just couldn't care too much about it at the moment. They figured the reason the people from Rock Hill City hadn't come was probably that there was a restricted control radius in which they could control the monsters. The puppet-like monsters couldn't leave the desert unless the people who controlled them left the desert. This meant that as long as the people from Rock Hill City set their target on the other side of the sea, the flaming horns wouldn't need to worry about the monsters attacking people in other places. Szechuan was just discussing with Engluo about the underground tunnel dug by the king stone worm today. During their discussion, someone came and told them that people from the Feather tribe were visiting, and they had matters to discuss. The messenger said that the chief also asked for Szechuan to be present at this discussion. How rare is it for them to come at this time of the year? Szechuan said as he rolled up the design blueprint in his hands. All this time, they sealed off the tunnel made by the king stone worm and didn't let anyone who was curious approach this petrified forest. That was why not many people knew about this tunnel's existence. There was a tunnel that allowed them to go from this side to the other side of the flaming river. You can just go, I'll keep watch here, Zhengluo said as he took the beast hide scroll from Szechuan's hands. He wasn't familiar with the Feather tribe and had no interest in their matters, so he didn't need to go. Sure. Just look for me if you have any problems. Szechuan followed the warrior who came from the headquarters. He also asked the warrior how many people came from the Feather tribe as well as the purpose of their visit. Szechuan initially thought that the leader of this team would be Guzi, whom he knew, but the warrior who escorted him told him that the chief of the Feather tribe came personally this time, or else the chief wouldn't have asked Szechuan to be there. Did something serious happen? Szechuan asked. It doesn't seem like it, those people didn't look too anxious, but... The warrior hesitated and then continued. I heard them say that they wanted to came to hunt for birds in the forest, to replenish their bird supply. Replenish their bird supply? Yes, and I think the chief intends to do as they say. Grand Elder, you know it too. We don't have a lot of birds in our tribe. Especially after Wu He's incident, the Flaming Horns had been thinking about reinforcing their aerial defenses. They needed at least a few more birds to alert them if anything happened. Someone had mentioned this before. They even wanted to ask for a giant mountain eagle's egg from the Hua tribe and hatch it themselves. But many people disagreed. Not everyone here was capable of riding or taming a giant mountain eagle. The Hua tribe had generations of experience and could live in harmony with all the giant mountain eagles. Other people probably wouldn't be able to manage this. Just look at Cha-Cha. Besides Szechuan, the bird didn't listen to any other people, not even old. These birds were too hard to tame and control, so they gave up and decided to look for easier targets. This time, since the people from the Feather Tribe came, the Flaming Horns suddenly had an idea. The Feather Tribe were experts in taming birds, and they knew which birds were suitable for which purposes. The major tribes in the central region were all busy these days. The Mang tribe and Eight Limbs tribe had been having meetings and seemed to be planning something. The Feather Tribe couldn't do anything about this, and the Hua tribe and Tanshan tribe had been busy in the grassy plains. They were too far away from these other tribes. The Thousand Masks tribe had been gathering new followers since they merged their fire seed. They had been protecting the smaller to middle-sized tribes that had also merged their fire seeds. Some of them had failed, but the Thousand Masks tribe made these smaller to middle-sized tribes feel more secure. After the Feather tribe merged their fire seed, they had been planning to do something they always had in mind but never accomplished. How much time had passed since they last replenished their bird stock? Szechuan was still on his way to the headquarters. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the mountain at the headquarters, a few young men from the Feather Tribe were discussing which birds they wanted to hunt after they entered the forest. During their discussion, one of them widened his eyes and elbowed the person beside him, gesturing him to look in the same direction. Look, what bird is that? The others all looked in the same direction. On a tree not too far away from them, an odd-looking bird was watching them as it rested on the branches. Chapter 712. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. Is that bird tamed by the Flaming Horns? Someone asked curiously. It probably is, but I've never seen a bird like this. Perhaps the Flaming Horns caught it in the forest? Suggested a girl with vibrantly colored feathers in her hair. No, it's not a tamed bird, Hong Zai said affirmatively as he looked at the peculiar bird resting on the branches. Indeed, a young man who looked slightly older than Hong Zai said from beside him. That bird's aura is too wild. It's completely different from the other tamed birds. That bird looks dangerous. Hong Zai's eyebrows knitted as he studied the bird not far away from them. The people from the Feather Tribe could tell so much about a bird by just one glance. Even though they had never seen a bird like this, they could make an initial judgment based on the bird's appearance, contour, and subtle movements. Should we go test it out? A young man was eager to find out. Their team came to the Flaming Horn tribe to catch more birds in the dangerous forest to replenish their bird stocks. The number of species in their tribe were too limited, and they hadn't had any new species for a long time. They weren't satisfied with some of the new bird species they produced, and since there hadn't been a change for so long, the Feather tribesmen felt these weren't good signs. They had recently merged their fire seed, so the fire seed no longer restricted their movements. Under their chief's command, they began to search for new bird species. To the Feather tribesmen, replenishment was essential. They had also replenished their bird source before, but they only had one new species for the past few years. That was why the chief came personally this time. They were planning a large-scale project and wanted to capture more new species for their tribe. This time, they even brought along a group of young men who had high potential. They felt like this was a good chance for them to train. After all, their tribe's future depended on these young men, so they had to be involved in these plans. The chief of the Feather tribe had high expectations for these young men. These young men were also competent, or else they wouldn't have been selected out of so many others in the tribe. The young man who said he wanted to give it a test was more skilled in taming and training birds compared to the others present. He already knew how to tame birds even before his totemic power was awakened. Judging by the feathers in his hair, they could tell what bird species he tamed before. The colorful feathers in his hair were enough to prove his strength. That was also why he was so confident. Even though this was the first time he saw a bird like this, he knew that he could tame it. No matter how reckless and wild a bird was, he believed that he could tame them. Besides, this wasn't similar to the giant mountain eagles. Those eagles were special. This bird just looked a little peculiar. He was hopeful that he would succeed. After he said this, the others were all excited and looked forward to the show. Hongzai glanced at the peculiar bird on the tree. He didn't try to stop him. He also wanted to give it a try, but as a safeguard, he didn't suggest the idea. Luckily someone else wanted to test it. Regardless, Hongzai still felt that the bird was very unusual. Not just its looks. Everything about it was weird and unpredictable. He was careful because he had experienced getting the short end of the stick before when he dealt with the flaming horns. Just in case, Hongzai warned again as the young man walked towards the peculiar bird. Be careful, Minglu. Okay, I know, Minglu said. Even though this was his response, he didn't care about the warning. He had tamed enough birds to be so self-assured. These birds were of all types of species, so he thought there was no way he couldn't handle such a small creature. Plus, he wasn't planning on taming it right away. He just wanted to approach it and have some fun with it. This was the Flaming Horn's territory after all, and this bird probably belonged to them too. They were just taming a bird, and they didn't want to have a conflict with the Flaming Horns. The young man took careful steps towards the tree. The Flaming Horns planted this tree after they migrated here. They planted it to reduce soil erosion and also to provide a resting shade for the Flaming Horn warriors. The sun could be scorching at times, and they didn't have a resting place. Even though they had houses, they preferred to rest in the shades of trees. This allowed them to be more aware of their surroundings. The pterosaur was resting on one of these trees. It had been appearing here for the past 2 days. Shashwan didn't let it up the mountain so it could only come here and fly around beside the river. The warriors who were stationed beside the river already knew about this strange bird. Shashwan called it a pterosaur, so everyone also called it by that name. They thought it was just a name Shashwan gave it. The guards who were stationed at the river noticed the feather tribesmen approaching the pterosaur. They hurried over and asked them, "What are you guys planning to do?" One of the Flaming Horn warriors wanted to stop the person who was approaching the tree, but Hongzai held them back. "Don't worry," he said. "Our younger brother is just going there to say hi to that bird." As you all already know, the Feather Tribe can communicate with birds. But the Flaming Horn warrior didn't get to finish his sentence, but the Feather Tribesmen were already growing impatient. Wasn't it just a bird? That bird didn't even have any fancy feathers. In fact, it looked like it didn't have any feathers. That seemed very weird too. If it weren't for the fact that they had never seen this bird before, they wouldn't have even bothered to look. Just let him be. Hongzai already said that we are just going to say hi to the bird. Are you going to stop us from saying hi? HMPH. As long as it's a bird, we are confident that we can communicate with it. The young Feather Tribe warrior demanded arrogantly. They weren't as confident in any of their other skills, but on taming birds, they would feel disdained if anyone doubted their ability. The Flaming Horn warriors who came looked helplessly at each other. They knew that the Feather Tribe warriors wouldn't dare do anything to offend them. After all, they needed their help to enter the forest to capture more birds. They weren't afraid of them doing anything to the pterosaur. It was quite the contrary. They were worried about what the pterosaur might do to them. But the Flaming Horn warrior said again, but seeing the row of people with flashing anger in their eyes, he stopped speaking. Stopping them from communicating with the bird was like an insult to their tribe. The Flaming Horn warrior beside the other warrior pulled at his sleeve and gestured for him not to warn them anymore. That warrior sighed. "Fine, I won't say anything then." He just felt unhappy because he didn't get to finish his sentence. The feather tribesmen were happy that the flaming horns finally shut up. They gestured at the young man who stopped midway. "Quick, Minglu, don't let it fly away. It's already flapping its wings. Don't worry, I got this." Minglu waved his hands at them in annoyance. He continued to approach the pterosaur. The closer he got, the slower he walked. The aura around his body also grew calmer as he approached it. His totemic energy also powered up at a steady pace. It wasn't too sudden, and everything seemed to be happening very naturally. The feather tribesmen could give out an energy that birds liked if they wanted to. That was why the flaming horns didn't notice any aggressiveness when totemic lines appeared on the young man's body. It was like a silent communication was happening between them. The fancy totemic lines on his body were also used for communicating with birds. It was just like how birds communicate through their body language instead of using sounds. They would use their behavior or feathers for courtship and defense. Sometimes they would even use their body language for demonstrations or communication. These were all different ways birds communicate silently. The flaming horns were all surprised when they saw this. This was the first time they saw the feather tribesmen behave this way, and it was very different from how they behaved in battle. Their totemic power was already tuned up to this stage, but they weren't using it for battle. How peculiar, they thought. The totemic lines on Minglu's body were different from other tribes' totemic lines. It was constantly moving in wave-like patterns. This was because Minglu was still too young. He didn't have enough power, so after their tribe merged their fire seed, it hadn't wholly merged within his body. That was why he couldn't maximize the potential of the fire seed's power. If Hongzai could fully summon the fire seed's energy, flames might even appear on his skin. However, everyone else in the feather tribe who was present felt that this was enough for this purpose. He had successfully attracted the bird's attention. This was already a success. As long as he could attract the bird, he had higher hopes in taming it. If he couldn't even attract it, he shouldn't even be thinking about everything that would happen after. 10 steps, 8 steps, 6. Minglu was getting closer and closer to the tree. At the same time, besides the changes that were happening on his body, his throat was also vibrating. The flaming horns could hear a muffled sound. They couldn't understand what he was trying to do, but it seemed like he was trying to communicate with the bird. The flaming horns looked at each other in surprise. Have they started talking? Could this be real? Could they communicate with the strange bird? But didn't the Grand Elder say that it wasn't a bird and wanted everyone to treat it like other fearsome beasts? The flaming horns were all thinking hard. Minglu was only 3 steps away from the tree. Now, every step he took was slow and steady. Even though he was arrogant and haughty, he had to be careful at a time like this. He didn't want to make any mistakes. At least he should be prepared for anything that could possibly happen. He should take it slow and not rush things. There were also others from the Flaming Horn tribe who were watching him. He mustn't fail this time. However, the closer he got to the bird, the nudging feeling grew stronger. Even though the strange bird was focused entirely on his body, it didn't run away. Instead, he noticed that the bird wasn't behaving the way he expected it to behave. It didn't fly away, and it also didn't show any signs of curiosity in him. It just remained in the same position and watched him carefully. The vertical pupils watched him with the same gaze, and there was no change at all in its stare. It was as if everything he did before was useless. How could this be? This shouldn't be happening. Minglu was growing doubtful. Due to his arrogance, he didn't suspect anything else. The only thing in his mind now was, is this bird a little stupid? If this was indeed a bird, it should be reacting to him after he did so much, right? Regardless of their mental connection. Do I need to dance? Minglu wondered. In the feather tribe, it was not uncommon to dance along with birds. This was also a way to connect with the birds. Of course, in others' eyes, it would just look like a dance. But it was a dance used to mimic a bird's body language. Just as Minglu wondered whether he should jump forward, Hong Zai, who was staring closely at the peculiar bird, suddenly shouted, "Minglu, watch out!" A cry of terror came from the valley below the Flaming Horn's residential area. Many people on the mountain looked in the direction the sound came from. It didn't sound like someone from their tribe. However, The other feather tribesmen inside the Flaming Horn tribe stood up immediately when they heard the cry. They initially thought the Flaming Horns made a move on their people. Even the chief of the feather tribe who was chatting with Guihi before the cry stood up immediately from his wooden chair when he heard the scream. He could tell just from hearing that it came from the valley. Everyone in the feather tribe could tell that Ming-Lu had been injured, or else he wouldn't have made such a loud cry. The only people who could have possibly heard any feather tribe in the Flaming Horns territory could only be Flaming Horns. Suddenly, all the feather tribesmen's expressions changed as they headed down the mountain. Guihi and the others didn't know what happened. If it was indeed a Flaming Horn who hurt him, what would they do? They would protect their own people, of course. So what if they were wrong in the first place? If they wanted to reprimand him, they would wait for a time when no other tribes were around. If it wasn't a major case, they would take responsibility and protect their people in front of other tribes. This was just the way most tribes handled matters like these. When Shashwan went back, he ran into a group of people who were running in that direction. He also heard the terrible cry from that direction, but he knew clearly what had happened there, so he wasn't rushing. At the base of the mountain, beside the flaming river, many feather tribesmen with colorful feathers in their hair had crowded there inquiring about what had happened. Judging by the looks of it, it was as if they were ready for a fight if they could prove that it was the Flaming Horns who made a move on them. However, Hongzai and the other feather tribesmen were all blushing with embarrassment and guilt. They were awkwardly silent. Instead, it was the few Flaming Horn warriors who were stationed there who told Guihi and others about what had happened. After hearing this explanation, Guihi acted as if he didn't see the feather tribesmen's reactions. Instead, he asked the Flaming Horn warrior, "You guys didn't warn them." "I warned them, but they didn't listen. I didn't even finish my sentence when they interrupted me," the Flaming Horn warrior who tried to stop them explained. Exasperated, they felt wronged. He had been holding it in all this time. Did they think this was easy for him? The feather tribesmen said that they were just going to say hi to the bird and didn't let us intervene. But the Grand Elder clearly said that that peculiar bird wasn't a bird. The feather tribesmen were speechless. Ming-Lu, whose hand was bitten by the bird, was also speechless. "Why didn't you say it wasn't a bird?" Shashwan's mouth twitched when he arrived at the scene. "If you want to spread your tail like a peacock, spread it in front of other peacocks. Why would you spread your tail feathers in front of a lizard? It would think you're provoking it. Wouldn't that be a death wish?" Chapter 713 The Birds We Need. At first, they thought that it was the Flaming Horns who were mistreating them. But when they realized that it was their tribesmen who were behaving too recklessly, the chief of the feather tribe was slightly embarrassed. He knew that this wasn't the Flaming Horn's fault, and he knew it was the truth. After seeing the reactions the young men had when they heard the Flaming Horn's words, the Flaming Horn warrior wasn't at all exaggerating anything. Why didn't he finish his sentence back then? After some thought, the feather tribesmen felt that the Flaming Horns had intended for this to happen. Perhaps they were waiting for this moment to make a joke out of them. The injury on Ming-Lu's arm wasn't too severe. It was just a little shocking. If it wasn't because Ming-Lu reacted in time back then and the bird flew over a little slow, Ming-Lu might have lost a huge part of his arm. Since it wasn't a huge matter, the chief of the feather tribe calmed himself down and maintained his composure. Forcing a smile on his face, he said to Guihi, "Let's continue our discussion, shall we? I notice Shashwan is here now too. Let's talk about what's going to happen in the forest. You guys head up first. I'll catch up soon," Shashwan said. The pterosaur escaped to the river as soon as it bit Ming-Lu. It didn't dive into the river. Instead, it swam on the surface like the other ducks. The only different thing was that its wings were extended in the same fashion as it crawled. It was gliding on the surface of the river, and its wings were like two sails erected on its side. With the help of the wind, it propelled itself across the river. The pterosaur didn't swim too far from the shore, though. It knew that there weren't any fish that were a match for it near the shore, but if it swam any further, it might get dangerous. If anything happened, the Flaming Horns could still help it. Shashwan blew a whistle, and the pterosaur that was swimming on the river instantly flew to his direction. Seeing this, everyone in the feather tribe was shocked. Was that not a bird? It looked just like one, but their tricks didn't work on it at all. Shashwan only had to whistle to summon it over. Judging by how the creature flapped its wings, it seemed afraid that something might happen if it reacted any slower. The feather tribesmen were correct. If the pterosaur reacted any slower, it might be suppressed by Shashwan. So that was why it obeyed him immediately. Shashwan touched the creature's wings and checked to see if the pterosaur was injured. Seeing no injuries on it, he let go and told the pterosaur, "You can go play, but don't go too far." The pterosaur gave out a cry, flapped its wings, and flew back onto the river. It dived into the river and took out its anger on the fish. Shashwan didn't stay at the base of the mountain for too long either. People were waiting for him on the hill. The few young men from the feather tribe finally relaxed when Shashwan left. They wanted to ask Shashwan about the strange bird but didn't dare to. After all, they embarrassed themselves not too long ago, and Shashwan was rushing to ascend the mountain. They didn't have the chance. "Look over there, quick." Someone pointed to somewhere in the flaming river. There was blood on the surface of the river, and something was moving rapidly underneath. "That looks like where the strange bird dived in." "Weren't there dangerous fishes in the river?" "Wouldn't something happen to the bird?" "It's probably fine. Didn't you see? The flaming horns aren't even worried." All of them looked over. The flaming horns who were stationed there simply took a glance of the situation and no longer bothered to look a second time. They were unbelievably calm and seemed like they were already used to this situation. Not long later, the strange bird flew out of the river, and there was half a fish dangling from the side of its mouth. The fish was already in shreds, but the half that was in the bird's mouth was even bigger than the bird. However, it was flying effortlessly with the giant fish in its mouth. The fangs in its mouth seemed like hooks. If those fangs bit down on any of them, it wouldn't feel good at all. The strange bird flew up to a tree and continued to eat the fish. Seeing this, Hongzai was glad he didn't make a move before. If he did, the one who was injured wouldn't be Minglu, it would be him. Hongzai didn't know that if he indeed made a move, he might not get hurt. Hongzai's control of the fire seed's energy was much higher compared to Minglu. Flames would probably appear if he summoned his totemic power. The pterosaur was very afraid of those flames. It wouldn't even attack. The first reaction it would have was to run, but they didn't dwell on this topic for too long. The young men started to complain about why they couldn't use feathers as a currency in the Flaming River trading point. They didn't accept feathers. Why couldn't they accept feathers as a currency? Those were beautiful and rare feathers. Weren't they precious? Why didn't they like it? The feather tribesmen had been unhappy about this. At least in their tribe, using feathers to exchange for other goods was not uncommon. However, this method wasn't accepted in different tribes. It was clear not everyone adored birds as they did. In the feather tribe, promotions, weddings, and other essential occasions all involved feathers. They could be used as ornaments and also as currency. One other reason why they tamed birds was that they needed their feathers. The feather tribesmen all wanted beautiful feathers. Not only could the birds in their tribe perform particular tasks, but most of them also had beautiful feathers. The beautiful feathers were enough to make all of them happy. Unfortunately, other tribes weren't interested in this at all. No matter what the feather tribesmen did, no matter how hard they tried to promote their feathers, they never succeeded. However, if Shashwan were here, he would recommend using this method on the slave masters on the other side of the sea, especially those people who called themselves aristocrats. Those people loved these beautiful and rare goods. Even though they couldn't succeed here, they still had a chance to succeed on the other side of the sea. On the mountain, Guihi, Shashwan and the feather tribesmen were discussing their plan in the forest. This time, Shashwan didn't need to go with them. Ta was just about to lead a group out for a hunt, so he was left in charge. Of course, they wouldn't bring the feather tribesmen onto all of their hunting trails. They would just choose a path with the most birds and bring them there. The more beautiful the birds, the less interested the flaming horns were. Being small and without much meat, they would never take a second glance at these birds. However, these birds attracted the people from the feather tribe, and they wanted to capture a lot of them back to tame and replenish their livestock. At the same time, the feather tribe also promised to find some bird species that weren't too big or fierce for the flaming horns. If these birds fought in their tribe, Could they still live in peace? They also didn't need any birds like Cha-Cha. The flaming horns could not handle another giant mountain eagle. The snow falcon, on the other hand, was something that they desired, but they also couldn't have too many of them. The bird species they needed were ones that were vigilant, strong and smart. If they were too weak, too slow, or too hyperactive, the flaming horns wouldn't want them. The feather tribe usually danced with their birds every day. Ta heard about this, and he knew they didn't need birds like these, who would have the time to dance with birds. The flaming horns didn't care about the birds' appearance or chirping sounds, as long as they met their qualifications. Even if they looked like a frog, the flaming horns would still keep them. The flaming horns had quite a lot of requests, but since the feather tribesmen promised to help them look for their bird species, they would keep their promise, unless they really couldn't find any that qualified. After they finished discussing, Ta led the hunting team and the feather tribesmen into the forest. 20 days later, Shashwan was extracting blood from the green-faced fanged beasts. These beasts had fattened from meeting and seemed to have adapted to their life of eating and sleeping. They even appeared unhappy when they were let out to play. A flaming horn warrior rushed over. "Grand Elder, the chief sent for you. Hunt leader Ta and the others are back." "They are?" Shashwan extracted blood from the rest of the beasts and delivered the blood to the forge. Then, he headed to the residential area. He wondered what sort of birds they brought back. Chapter 714 Withered Leaf Bird. When Shashwan arrived, he saw a group of people crowding at the base of the mountain. They didn't descend the mountain. There was a wide area at the bottom and they still had to finish dealing with the birds. If they brought them all up the mountain, it would be too noisy. Shashwan could already hear all sorts of birds chirping from afar. He also noticed the iconic feathers of the feather tribesmen from afar. The feather tribesmen held bird cages of all sizes in their hands. Some were made from rattan, and others were made from straw. They used different cages for different species, and the shapes of the cages were different too. This was the flaming horn's first time seeing so many different types of bird cages. They had to admit that the feather tribesmen valued appearance a lot. They even decorated their cages before they came. "How fancy." "Everyone's back?" Shashwan asked a warrior who was craning his neck to look past the crowd. Seeing Shashwan, the person immediately answered, "Yes, Hunt leader Ta and the others are back. But Ta only brought back eggs." The feather tribesmen brought back both eggs and birds. They even brought eggs back. Were they planning on hatching them? Seeing Shashwan arrive, the people who were crowding there made way for him to pass. Shashwan noticed how the feather tribesmen were displaying the birds they caught. Some were even let out of their cages. They had probably been tamed, but most of the other birds were still in their cages. They were all put out for display. Most of the birds the feather tribesmen caught had pretty feathers. They either had a fancy tail, a peculiar crown, or colorful body parts. Shashwan was worried that the people from the feather tribe didn't bring back any birds that were of any value, even though they already emphasized before that they didn't care about the bird's appearance and only cared about their usefulness. He couldn't be too sure if they got what the flaming horns wanted. Before seeing the results, no one could be sure. Shashwan didn't look at the feather tribesmen's birds for too long. He walked directly in Ta's direction. He and the others had all arrived. They were all listening to Ta speak. The feather tribesman said that the withered leaf bird is active both day and night, especially around sunrise and sunset. They are more active at night than in the day. "I think our most pressing concern is nighttime security, and since it still isn't tight enough, I think we can give these birds a try." Ta had a beast hide scroll in his hands. Shashwan went over and took a look at the scroll. It was a drawing, most likely drawn by someone from the feather tribe. Although it looked abstract, most of the bird's features were drawn out clearly. One could tell just by skimming through. Ta handed Shashwan the scroll right away so he could take a good look at it. After all, Shashwan was one of the people who was going to decide whether they should keep these withered leaf bird eggs. "Why is it called a withered leaf bird?" Shashwan asked. "The feather tribe definitely gave this name. They say this bird looks like a pile of withered leaves. Their mother would cover the eggs in dead leaves and let them hatch inside." Ta repeated what the feather tribesman told him. He only roughly said what he could remember. Even though it wasn't a complete explanation, Shashwan understood the general idea. In summary, the color of the withered leaf bird's feathers and the way their mothers hatched them was what gave them this name. Compared to other birds, this was a rare hatching method. This was more similar to the hatching methods of reptiles who usually hid their eggs in a pile of dirt mixed with dried leaves. When those leaves ferment in the dirt, heat would be generated from the reaction. The withered leaf birds were utilizing the heat from the fermentation to hatch their eggs. Most of these birds successfully hatched from this method, proving that this bird species was not stupid at all. This made the flaming horn satisfied with the bird they found. At least they weren't stupid. Even if they didn't have a nice appearance, the flaming horns didn't mind. Shashwan looked again at the drawing on the beast hide scroll. There were a few concentric circular patterns around the bird's eye, similar to a radar's. What is that thing on its head? Shashwan asked. There was something similar to an antenna on the bird's head. There was a long thin hair that grew from the bird's head in the drawing. This hair was about half the bird's height. Oh, that's the crown feather of the withered leaf bird. The feather tribesmen couldn't appreciate this crown, so their ancestors stopped taming these birds a few hundred years ago. But they said that these birds are very alert and sensitive to danger. The crown feather on their head would stand erect whenever there's danger. They have many different chirping sounds too, and they would chirp with a different sound for each situation. This makes it easier for us to know what it sensed. This type of bird isn't suitable for expedition trips and can't fly too far. They usually just stay active in one area, so we don't have to worry about them flying away. That's why I think we can't try taming these birds as per the Feather Tribe's recommendation. Ta repeated what the Feather Tribesman had told him and explained it to Shashwan. He wasn't someone who could be easily swayed by the Feather Tribesman, but he agreed with the reasons why the Feather Tribesman recommended this bird species. But why don't the Feather Tribesmen tame them too? Is it really just because they don't look attractive? Someone asked. Not exactly, Ta continued. The Feather Tribesman said that the withered leaf birds are quite noisy. It's not that they're noisy all the time, but they don't get along with other birds. So once they start fighting with the other birds, the Feather Tribe would be stuck in the middle of a chaotic bundle of bird fights. The Feather Tribe kept so many birds, they couldn't imagine how noisy it would be if all those birds cawed and griped and cried at the same time. But we don't have any other flocks in our tribe, right? We only have Guihi's falcon and Cha-Cha. They definitely won't fight with them. As for those ducks, they probably won't leave the lake anytime soon. So I think it's fine if we decide to tame these withered leaf birds. Yes, indeed. We can give these a go. Right. How big can these birds get? Shashwan asked. Not big, just this big. Ta estimated the size of the birds and made an approximation with his hands. They could only get as large as the length of 2 palms, so they were no match for the ducks. However, they also heard that most withered leaf birds formed flocks. Ta brought back 40 to 50 eggs. Even if only half of these successfully hatched, it would be enough for their needs. These birds were not large, so obviously they couldn't carry people on their backs. This was a little unfortunate, but if the withered leaf birds were indeed what the Feather Tribe said they would be, then it would be enough to satisfy all of them. They wanted to use them for a meaningful purpose before the number of people here increased. I've discussed with the Feather Tribesmen and they promised to let a few of their people stay behind to help hatch the eggs. They have the experience. After all, I even heard that after we cover the eggs with dirt, we have to watch over it every day. So it's better if we just leave it up to them. They found these eggs inside some dried twigs and dirt. They dug it up during their search, but these eggs didn't all come from the same dirt pile. They only found 5 to 10 eggs in each pile. Without the Feather Tribe's expertise, no one was sure if even one egg would hatch. They said that these eggs would hatch within 10 days. The Feather Tribesmen still needed to watch over the hatching process, and they also wanted to see if the birds they caught recently could adapt to their new situation, so they decided to stay longer. The Feather Tribesmen would leave as soon as 40 of the withered leaf birds hatched successfully from the eggs. Withered leaf fledglings mature at an early age. As soon as they break out from their shells, they are able to go hunt for food. This would save a lot of trouble for the flaming horns, So this was another reason why Ta chose this species. He picked an experienced keeper from the animal pen to take care of these young withered leaf bird fledglings. Since these birds saw this keeper as soon as they broke out of their shells and he was also the one who fed them, they felt reliant on him. Sometimes, when the keeper walked around, they would line up and follow behind him. When Shashwan walked over, the 42 gray-colored puffy fledglings were following the worker to the food tank. They just hatched not long ago, so even though they could already walk, they couldn't fly well. How come they look so weak? Shashwan asked. The fledglings' eyes were half open as they walked, and they were shuffling slowly as if they weren't fully awake. The keeper laughed and explained to him, "No, they're like that all the time. They'll become more energetic when they see food." Indeed, when they reached the food tank, those fledglings that were initially sleepy started fighting over the food. The keeper was quite proud of himself when he saw how these birds grew so energetic after the first few days. The feather tribesman taught him this bird food recipe, and it seemed like these birds were growing quite well. But this keeper was only happy for the first 2 days. Very soon, these birds left him. They left him because of the pterosaur. The pterosaur was too bored, so whenever it had nothing to do, it would throw half a fish into their pen. At first, the keeper thought that these birds wouldn't get used to eating fish, but he never thought these birds would adapt so fast. This wasn't the only case, though. Later the pterosaur even threw some smaller wild beast into their pen, and after it threw the meat there, it would just watch them from above. Since then, the fledglings developed a closer connection with the pterosaur and no longer followed the keeper. No one in the tribe cared too much after they noticed that the withered leaf birds were still healthy after eating what the pterosaur fed them. They even got more active afterwards. Thus, some of the flaming horns thought that it would be nice if the withered leaf birds could learn to obey some of the pterosaur's commands. After all, the feather tribesmen wouldn't teach them how to tame these birds, so they had to think of a way themselves. Too bad these birds were not suitable for seals. Thus, the flaming horns thought they should give them some time. Perhaps they would be able to obey some commands in the future. However, Shashwan couldn't help but think that the pterosaur had other intentions. Recently, the pterosaur had been bold enough to push limits because Shashwan didn't have the time to look after it. They were finishing up their project at the Flaming River Trading Point, and the man-made waterway project was almost done too. They already built the necessary bridges, and recently, Zheng Luo had been discussing with him about the construction of the sluices at the waterway. They would construct 2 sluices at the locations their waterway connected with the Flaming River. The purpose of these sluices was mainly to prevent some dangerous fish or river beast from entering. The completion of the human-made waterway meant that people who were traveling upstream or downstream wouldn't be hindered by the giant bridge anymore. They could just go around through the human-made canal. However, they could no longer avoid the flaming horns. The flaming horns had full control of this waterway. Chapter 715 I Come from the Sea. Shashwan had been supervising the waterway project for the past few days and it was almost complete. He had to be there to tell them which places still had to be fixed and ensure they finished the touch-up work in time, or it would be too hard to fix once the waterway opens. As for the pterosaur, as long as it did not fly up to the residential area and attack any flaming horns, Shashwan paid it no mind since he did not have the time. No one paid attention to the withered leaf birds during these few days, but something strange happened to them as days passed by. They no longer behaved the same way they did before. Their nature was changing in a peculiar direction. However, Shashwan didn't know about this. He only knew about the pterosaur's movements. As for the withered leaf birds, Shashwan thought other flaming horns were looking after them, so he thought nothing significant would happen. 2 days before the completion date, Shashwan was drawing the blueprints for some tools they needed to use for defense when someone ran over to look for him. At first, Shashwan thought something happened to the pterosaur, but the person who came over told him, "Grand Elder, a few strangers arrived." The chief said that if you are interested, you can come over to take a look. Strangers? Stranger either meant other tribes they didn't know about or people who came from the sea. However, since Gui he sent a messenger here to inform him, He knew that it was something unusual. Shashwan set down the matters he was dealing with and headed for the headquarters. When he passed the stone bridge, he noticed some rafts stopped beside the bridge. Shashwan had never seen any rafts made from this material here. It didn't seem local. There were even some things that looked like sails on the rafts, but they were not fabric. They were made from leaves patched together. There were some decorations on the raft, and Shashwan hesitated when he saw one of these decorations. After he took a closer look, he could already guess why he was looking for him. There was a small spiral conch shell on the raft. Judging by the colors and stripes on the shell, it didn't seem like something that could be found in the river. It was more like something from the sea. These people came from the sea? Looking at where the raft, Shashwan asked the person beside him, did they come from downstream? Yes, that's also what I heard from the people stationed at the stone bridge, the warrior said as he looked around. Seeing no one around, he added in a whisper, it seems like those people brought quite a lot of things. They even have cowries. Cowries? Cowries were used as a currency in many places, and they were unique because they had medicinal properties and were extremely rare. Shashwan wouldn't be surprised if those people came from the desert area. Most of the cowries inland mostly came from there. Back then, the Rain tribe had so many cowries because they profited from being the broker. However, after the disaster, cowries became rarer inland. Hence, some people who came on expedition trips to the trading point once wondered whether the tribes that lived by the sea were exterminated or migrated. At least they never heard of anyone who saw the people at the sea when they went there. No new cowries came from there either. However, the sea didn't just exist in that direction. Shashwan had clearly said before that if they traveled down the flaming river, they would definitely see the ocean, but he didn't reach the sea last time because they were rushing back to replace Caesar's eye. That was why they didn't continue traveling downstream. Now, tribes were coming from the sea downstream. Shashwan didn't tell the others about his thoughts right away. People who came from the sea, who brought cowries. This information would trigger the curiosities of other people who were visiting on expedition trips. How many of them came, and where are they now? Shashwan asked. About 50. Their rafts only stopped when they reached the stone bridge. Our people brought them up to the shore. However, when they came up, about more than half of them had already fainted. Now they're bringing them up to the residential area to rest. Only 50 of them. Perhaps the others didn't make it alive due to accidents on the way. When Shashwan went up to the residential area, he even heard some people in the tribe discussing this matter. Whenever a new tribe came by, people would begin discussing. Everyone had different beliefs and cultures. The way they dressed was different too. There were too many differences, so this was what they were discussing. I heard those people even have horns on their head. What do you mean horns? Those are just fake horns they're wearing. Those horns aren't real? How come I've never seen them before? They don't look like horns at all. Shashwan had his doubts as he listened to the other flaming horns. Horns? He arranged for these people to live in the house they used to host their guests in the residential area. It was bigger, and there were rooms with beds and cushions. This was the same place the feather tribesmen lived when they visited. When Shashwan entered the house, he noticed He and Z were both present. The two retired shamans were there too. He was chatting with a person who was lying on a bed. That person was talking passionately, although he seemed to be quite tired already. He was just forcing himself to stay awake. He was dark-skinned and skinny. There were many injuries on his body, and he spoke with a strong foreign accent. It was probably because the seaside was too far from the central region and there weren't many people to socialize with over there, so they naturally developed their own speaking style. He was having a hard time conversing with him too, and this person was already speaking slower than usual. There were some horn-like things on the table. This was probably the horns the others in the tribe were discussing. However, those weren't actual beast horns. They were unique spiral shells from marine snails. Seeing Shashwan enter, he told the injured man to rest and walked out of the room. He gestured for Shashwan to follow him. Those people took up 6 rooms. There were many rooms here. He brought Shashwan to a room that was farthest away from the others. Which tribe did they come from? Shashwan asked. He's appeared confused. He looked at Shashwan and said helplessly, I don't know. Seeing Shashwan's doubtful look, Gui he explained, I couldn't understand much of what they said. He could only try his best to guess what they were trying to say from some of the words they could discern. But Gui he couldn't understand what they were trying to say at all when they suddenly spoke fast when they were excited. However, there are probably others in their tribe who can speak better. It's only because about half of them had fainted. The rest of them who are awake are either hesitant to speak or forcefully staying awake. However, after Guizi gave them some medicine, it was clear their attitude improved, but there are still some things they're hesitant to tell. Their emotions are a little complicated. You can say they're full of excitement and passion, but they're still hiding something. Of course, I know these are common behaviors. But Juan, you don't know, the way they look at us, the looks in their eyes, it's very unusual. Other tribes have never looked at us like this. As he suddenly thought of something, Gui he took out a shell. They brought a lot of things. There are beautiful stones and these rare cowries. No, these are different from the cowries we've seen before. They haven't been polished, and some even have rotten meat on them. Shashwan took a close look at these cowries. He learned how to discern the value of the cowries by their appearance from Yang Sui. Some shells were pretty but didn't look valuable. They also didn't have any medicinal value. Some of these shells weren't cowries and couldn't trick anyone who was an expert in this field. Some of the shells that looked more common, however, could be used to trade for more goods from people who knew their actual value. Now, the shells that Gui he showed him had attractive and beautiful spiral patterns and also had medicinal properties. These can be considered cowries. They're even better than the ones from before, Shashwan said. Indeed. But the strange thing is, these people act like they don't value these at all. You know it too. If they wanted to use these as currency for trade, they would have protected them and made sure they were in the best condition, but these people weren't like that at all. The only thing they cared most about was a giant shell. A giant shell? Yes, I already sent people to carry the giant shell into a room. Some of those people who haven't fainted are still guarding the giant shell. I can sense something inside it. A human. Chapter 716. A human face with fish patterns. They had come from so far downstream, near the ocean. Traveling on such simple rafts, they had to pay a huge price. When they finally arrived at the Flaming Horn tribe, it seemed as if their initial destination had been the Flaming Horn tribe. Even though Gui he couldn't completely fathom what these people were trying to say, he could make some conclusions from what he understood. Those people didn't know who they had to look for. They were only following the Flaming River upstream. When they couldn't travel anymore, the place they stopped would be their final destination, and the reason they couldn't travel anymore was that the stone bridge blocked the Flaming River. The only way for them to keep going upstream was if they carried their rafts and went around to the other side of the bridge, or else they would only be stuck here. The man-made waterway the Flaming Horns built had not opened, so these were the only methods they could use now. However, these people thought they had arrived at their destination. I just can't figure out why they came here. Gui he couldn't understand their intention at all. Even though those people were still hesitant to tell them everything, they didn't appear to have any bad intentions, and according to the warrior who brought them here, they were even cheering when they arrived. He could tell how happy they were when they reached. They could finally heave out a sigh of relief and fall asleep. They are very courteous and even bowed when they saw us. Gui he was shocked back then too. Even though the Flaming Horn tribe became famous in this area, and some of the smaller tribes would try to get on their good side, Gui he could tell that these people had a different attitude. If he had to tell the truth, these people's eyes carried an undeniable sincerity. Since they did not express any intention to steal or attack, Gui he ordered some people to help them settle down. If they noticed anything strange about them later, Gui he would then feed these strangers to the fishes in the Flaming River. The reason probably lies within that giant shell, Shashwan said. Yup, but we need to wait until those people wake up, or else they wouldn't open the giant shell. The person inside the shell is definitely someone very important to them. Make sure we know their intentions. They came from the seaside, so we can ask them about what it's like downstream too. We still know nothing about what's downstream in the sections close to the sea, Shashwan said. Gui he responded with a smile. Indeed, the flaming horns could forcefully open up the giant shell to find out what was inside if they wanted to. They could even kill them and take away all of their treasures, but they just felt like there was no need to take such measures. This amount of gems and shells wasn't up to their standards. The flaming horns were never too enthusiastic about gems and shells. At first, when Zhengluo and the others came from the other side of the sea, they were a little attracted by these, but now they were already used to it. They wouldn't care too much about these small benefits that were in front of them. How could they live on in the future if they did? 2 days later, the people who rested in the house finally woke up. Those who were initially unconscious stayed wide awake for 2 days in a row. After some of them woke up, those who were initially forcing themselves to stay awake finally lied down to rest. There were always at least 10 people guarding beside the giant shell, not letting any others approach. However, during these 2 days, the chief of these people finally came forward. He was severely injured and fainted for a whole day. After he woke up, he immediately went to search for the local chief and shaman. Now, that person was talking extremely fast. Perhaps he didn't know how to express himself, or maybe he was in a rush. His words were incomprehensible. However, compared to the person who spoke to them on the first day, this person's words were much clearer. At least they could understand what he was trying to say. His name was He Baian, and he was the chief of the D Mountain tribe. Their tribe was facing some problem, and according to what their shaman said, he had to bring his people upstream in search of help. We were told to travel upstream until we can no longer go any further. Then we would arrive at our destination. This was what our shaman told us. Are you guys the only tribe in this area? He Baian asked. We're not the only tribes here, but we, the Flaming Horns, are the largest tribe in the area. Gui, he said. Our tribe built that stone bridge that you guys saw on your way here. Even though it was the king stone worm who made the bridge and the Flaming Horns weren't the ones who directly built the bridge, it was better to say that they did. This wasn't wholly false, and Gui he didn't feel at all pressured saying it. When He Baian heard this, his eyes brightened in respect. Even though he was unconscious for a say, he could still remember what he saw before he fainted. He saw all the houses on the mountain. It was a completely different scenery compared to their tribe, especially that stone bridge. It was so reliable and extended across the river. He couldn't imagine how they built it. That was why the respect he had for the Flaming Horns suddenly increased tenfold. To him, the stronger the Flaming Horns were, the more excited he was, because it increased the possibility that his tribe could be saved by them. Please save our tribe. We will give you whatever we can, even if it means our lives. Please, save us. Following his words, He Baian bowed down to Gui He. Gui He was also shocked. This was the first time he encountered a chief who treated him with so much respect. Plus, this person only told them to save their tribe. But how? He Baian already said so much, but he still didn't know what was troubling them. The only sure thing was that it wasn't an enemy. Gui he maintained a stern expression and looked at the person who continuously pleaded for his help. He turned his head to look at Shashwan and said, I need your help. Shashwan looked at the person who was at the verge of tears and said, Get up. We can have a chat about this. He Baian looked up and noticed that Gui he had already stepped aside. The person who was closer to him was another younger fellow. He couldn't understand what the Flaming Horns meant by this. You are? He Baian asked. The Grand Elder of the Flaming Horn tribe, Shashwan. He Baian looked at Shashwan with a confused expression. What's a Grand Elder? A Grand Elder is a person with the same ranking in our tribe as the chief and shaman. In the Flaming Horn tribe, the Grand Elder's position is even more special. Gui he explained. He never expected a tribe not to know what a Grand Elder was. It was just like back then when they were isolated from the rest of the world. However, the D Mountain tribe was not isolated. They just didn't want to communicate with the rest of the world. He Baian quickly reacted and started bowing again. Seeing this, Shashwan immediately asked, Can you draw the totem of the D Mountain tribe for me? The first step to understanding a tribe was seeing their totemic sign. It was okay for a tribesman not to know how to draw other tribes' totemic signs, but they must know what their totemic sign looked like. Plus, Totems were not secrets. It was something public that could be made known to others. A tribe as large as the Flaming Horns would be pleased if more people knew about their totemic sign. That was why Hee-Bi-An didn't appear unwilling when Szechuan requested for him to draw. Szechuan brought a brush, some colors and cloth for him, and Hee-Bi-An started drawing. Hee-Bi-An was not used to drawing with brushes and cloth, but he was very familiar with their totemic sign, so it only took him a moment to draw out the totemic sign of the D Mountain tribe. The lines drawn on the linen were rough and uneven because he wasn't used to drawing with brushes, but it was clear enough for Szechuan to understand what their totemic sign looked like. When Hee-Bi-An started moving the brush, Szechuan thought he was drawing a weird, sad face with glasses on, but very soon, Hee-Bi-An continued to draw some fish-like patterns and scales around the face. There was even a fishtail on the side. It was apparent the tribes close to rivers or seas liked using totemic patterns in their art too. It was something related to fish. He couldn't discern anything else at the moment. After he finished drawing the totemic sign, Hee-Bi-An turned towards Szechuan and waited expectantly for Szechuan's reply. The person you brought here inside the shell is probably sealed inside by your shaman. Can we see who's inside? Szechuan asked. Szechuan had seen the giant shell. He wasn't close, but he could feel the shaman's energy on the giant shell. This was probably a matter of great importance since the shaman had to seal it personally. Hee-Bi-An didn't nod right away. He frowned and thought for a moment, and after eyeing Szechuan up and down a few more times, he finally agreed. There were people guarding the giant shell in the next room. Seeing Hee-Bi-An arrive, the guards stepped aside. Although they all seemed nervous and worried, somehow, they also appeared a little sad and emotional. How strange. Szechuan's eyes quickly scanned the room and observed these people's faces, and then turned toward the giant shell. Hee-Bi-An inhaled deeply and walked toward the giant shell that was tightly shut. He knocked gently and carefully on the shell. Dian Dian, Dian Dian, are you awake? In the next moment, a dark blue totem appeared on the giant shell. This was the same totemic sign Hee-Bi-An drew, but the only difference was while Hee-Bi-An's drawing was a little funny, whereas this one had an unusually cold and powerful energy. This energy was not targeted at Szechuan, however, it merely radiated from the totem. The D Mountain tribe was not as weak as they seemed. Chapter 717 Fish Burial. After the totemic sign appeared on the giant shell, the seal broke and the shell snapped open into two separate shells. An unusual fishy smell came from within. It was a smell similar to fish hunted by the pterosaur. This smell came from a seashell after all. It was probably because it was sealed for too long. The thing that was within the shell was rotten, so it gave out an unpleasant smell. When Szechuan and Gui looked over, they noticed that besides some fish skin that appeared smooth and unrotten, there was also a person. Even though this was a person, it did not look like one anymore. Judging by her size, she was a child. She was around 10 years old, but her skin festered so severely that there wasn't a single part that was clean and normal, so they couldn't tell what she truly looked like. And it was this child's body from which this unpleasant fishy smell originated. However, even though they couldn't see her face clearly, her eyes were still sparkling and beautiful. It didn't appear lusterless or affected by the symptoms on her skin. When she was called awake, she was slightly confused at first, but very soon, as she returned to her senses, she looked doubtfully at Szechuan and the others in the room. Hee-Bi-An lowered his voice. He was afraid his tone would scare the child. Dian Dian, this is the Flaming Horn tribe. This is probably the place the shaman told us about. After Hee-Bi-An finished, he introduced Dian Dian to Szechuan. She is a child from our tribe. The shaman ordered us to bring her here to seek help because she's sick. Now, Gui finally understood what Hee-Bi-An meant when he pleaded for them to save their tribe. This probably wasn't the only child in the D Mountain tribe with this strange disease. They only brought one of them here. If most of their children were sick like this and couldn't be cured, there was no future for their tribe. This was no different from extinction. No wonder Hee-Bi-An was so worried and emotional just now. Gui couldn't maintain his composure when he saw her either. If this happened to their tribe, He might even be more emotional than Hee-Bi-An. Their tribe could cure typical illnesses, but this was an unusual disease, and they might not be able to treat it. He had never seen anything like this before, and the cause of this disease might very possibly be linked to their living conditions. How could the Flaming Horns understand their situation? They couldn't help them even if they wanted to. He looked at Szechuan and waited for his decision. He couldn't decide on this matter. He had to send people to look for Guizi in the medicine house. When Guizi saw the child in the shell, he drew a sharp breath, but very soon he hid away the shock he had and said, "She doesn't look too well." "What do you mean?" "She's literally at the brink of death." Hee-Bi-An and the others were all saddened. They had some things to say, but didn't want to say it yet. They were only watching the people in the Flaming Horn tribe patiently, waiting for a hopeful response. The shaman had told them that many tribes here loved shells. They didn't have many other things, but they had a lot of shells. Even if they didn't have enough, they were willing to go back and get some more from the sea. Regardless of what they requested, whether it be glowing stones or pearls, no matter how big or small, if that were what the Flaming Horns wanted, they would try their best to look for it as long as the Flaming Horns could cure their illness. Hee-Bi-An made this very clear. He waited for the Flaming Horns' response. Suddenly, the entire house was silent. The atmosphere was a little heavy. The D-Mountain people all looked at Guizi for an answer. After all, there was only one shamaness in this tribe. They weren't looking for a chief or a grand elder. The person they were looking for was the shaman. Guizi was just about to say something, but Szechuan immediately said, "How about this? You guys can rest here for a bit and tell us if you need any food. You'll have the energy you need after a meal. As for what you requested, we can see that it's no simple matter. We need to discuss this amongst ourselves first." Hee-Bi-An opened his mouth to speak. He was worried sick, but he knew that worrying wouldn't help them at all, so he forced himself to suppress his frustration. After Szechuan and the other Flaming Horns left the house, they came to the medicine house to discuss. The D-Mountain tribesmen needed some medicine to treat their injuries, so Guizi sent people to deliver these medicines. They were all just typical decoctions made from common medicinal herbs, so it wouldn't hurt to give them more. When Szechuan, Guizi, Guihi, and the other two retired shamans were the only ones left in the room, Guizi finally said, "That child is very strange. There are two totemic energies within her body." Guihi and the others couldn't tell, but Guizi was a shamaness and was sensitive to totemic and fire seed energies, so she identified this immediately. When she saw the child in the shell, Guizi's reaction had such a strong response because, despite the severe illness, there was something else within the child. It was these two totemic energies. Szechuan noticed this too, so he too thought it was strange. Two totemic energies? This was the first time Guihi heard about this. Totemic energies came from a tribe's totem. Two totemic powers pointed to a possibility of them having two totems. How could a tribe have two totems? Did that mean that the D-Mountain tribe had two different fire seeds? But how could these two different fire seeds coexist? Could this be the reason for her illness? Guihi suddenly asked. His mind was blown by this new fact. Sure enough, all sorts of unusual things existed. The reason why the situation became so severe was that a conflict happened between the two totemic powers within her body. Even though she's a child who hasn't awakened to her totemic power, it doesn't mean these totemic powers don't exist within her. This conflict exists as long as those totemic powers are there, Guizi explained. They had a cure if it was any other illness, such as external injuries or poisoning, but they didn't know how to help or cure this disease. This problem was tied to their fire seed and totem. How could they solve it for them? Those people weren't Flaming Horns. "There's something you probably didn't notice," Szechuan said. "What is it?" Guihi was doubtful. "It wasn't just that kid. All of them from the D-Mountain tribe have this problem. They just aren't as affected by it compared to the kid." "What? How is this possible?" "It wasn't just Guizi and Guihi." Even the two elders who were silent on the side exclaimed in shock. "Szechuan, what you mean is, their entire tribe probably had this problem?" the elder asked. Szechuan nodded. "Very likely." "No wonder. At first, I thought only some of their children would have this sickness, But I never thought this was their entire tribe's problem. Then does the D Mountain tribe really have 2 totems? They have 2 fire seeds burning in their tribe? The old ex-shamaness shook her head. No, it cannot be, or the D Mountain tribe would have gone extinct long ago. Could it be that they're trying to merge with another tribe's fire seed? Gooey, he guessed. This was reasonable speculation. A long time ago, when a tribe won in a battle, they would try to merge the defeated tribe's fire seed with their own, but all of them failed. That was why no one thought about this anymore after a battle. They would rather destroy the other tribe's fire seed. At least this had been recorded by their ancestors in their notes. They had even warned their descendants not to mess around with this matter, or unpredictable things may happen. Instead of us guessing, why not just ask them about it? They need our help, so I don't think they would try to hide any secrets, Shashwan said. Yup, if they don't tell the truth, we can't help them anymore. Gooey, he agreed. After their discussion, Shashwan went to have a chat with Hibayan. Gooey went to look for the child in the shell. Shashwan brought Hibayan to a room to speak privately to him. Hibayan was obviously anxious, but he tried his best to suppress his emotions. As soon as he saw Shashwan, Hibayan immediately asked, "Grand Elder, do you have a cure?" He only remembered this person was the Grand Elder. He wasn't paying attention when he said his name, so he forgot Shashwan's name. Shashwan handed him a cup of herbal tea. Currently, we need to understand more about the situation in your tribe. There are some questions we need answers to before we can find a solution. Just ask. Hibayan didn't mind telling them. He gulped down a huge sip of herbal tea in the warm cup and waited for Shashwan to ask. The slightly bitter taste in the tea soothed the tension in his body and made him feel more relaxed. His anxiety was also calmed, so when he spoke, it was clearer than before. Is there only one totem in your tribe? Of course. Hibayan thought this was a dumb question. A totem was something sacred. Of course. They only had one. How could there be 2? And you only have 1 fire seed? Shashwan asked again. Of course. Hibayan was even more bewildered now. Are the flaming horns stupid? How could they ask such dumb questions? Have you ever thought about merging another fire seed? Shashwan acted as if he didn't notice Hibayan's reaction at all. Why would we do something so stupid? Hibayan almost dropped his cup. Their tribe didn't like to communicate with other tribes, but that didn't mean that they didn't know such basic concepts. Shashwan thought to himself, perhaps everyone else in the D Mountain tribe had no clue what's going on. Many probably don't know the root cause, but that doesn't mean that no one else does. They just haven't told Hibayan. They didn't even tell their chief. So it's apparent the chief's status in the D Mountain tribe isn't very high. Hibayan initially thought that if this Grand Elder were going to ask another stupid question, he would burst out in anger, but the next moment, Shashwan asked a question that seemed more normal than the ones he asked before. Tell me about the traditions in your tribe, Shashwan said. Traditions? This is related to the disease? Hibayan gave a suspicious glance but remained hopeful. He decided to calm down and tell Shashwan about it. There are many differences between our tribe, the D Mountain tribe, and other tribes, but the most special one is probably the D-fish, Hibayan said. D-fish? Yup. There is a mountain by the sea called D Mountain. This fish lives in the mountain, and it is called the D-fish. They have been living there for generations, and every generation of our tribe has lived in harmony with them. Our ancestors received their help before and arrived safely at D Mountain, establishing the D Mountain tribe. That's why the D-fish is also part of our totem. Shashwan recalled the picture of their tribe's totem. The fish-like patterns on the human face were probably what Hibayan was talking about. However, he couldn't tell what a D-fish looked like just by looking at the totem. The D-fish are an essential part of our tribe. During our sacrificial rites, the D-fish would also come to join us. Plus, in our tribe, whenever people pass away, we perform a fish burial instead of a cremation, as you guys would. The fish burial that Hibayan was talking about was not burying a fish. It meant throwing the dead body into the waters and feeding them to the D-fish. They were buried in the fish's stomach, and the executor of this fish burial method was the D-fish. D-fish. What a nightmare. If it was exactly like what Hibayan had said, Then the D Mountain tribe was not too different from the Drumming tribe. The Drumming tribe had their crocodiles for generations. The only thing that was different about them was this: the fish burial. The Drumming tribesmen knew how to bury fish, but they never had anything similar to a fish burial. Chapter 718 Toys. From what Hibayan told him, Shashwan could tell that these were some of the main traditions in the D tribe. Hibayan was still vigilant and didn't tell him any secrets, but what he said was already enough for Shashwan to gain a simple understanding of their tribe. In summary, the D tribe was a tribe that would rather live with fish than get along with other tribes. Their food source was mainly wild fruits in the forest and the fish in the sea. They preferred the vast ocean more than land and rivers. They were more familiar with the fish and beasts in the sea than the creatures on land. They rarely used nets or forged any complicated stone weapons. They preferred to use tridents made from hornstones or other bones and shells of marine creatures as their weapons. Hornstones were the ornaments worn by the D tribesmen that resembled horns. These were marine creatures used by the D tribe as weapons. Their shape and texture made them the perfect weapons, so the D tribesmen would often look for these hornstones whenever they went out to sea to fish. Some of these hornstones were even longer than a human's height. One unique characteristic to note is that the D tribesmen were skilled in diving. It was probably because of their physique and how they lived by the sea. They loved swimming and diving and could dive deeper into the ocean than most other tribesmen. Even the Drumming tribesmen couldn't compare to them. The sea was the main hunting ground for the D people. When Shashwan heard Hibayan describing the hunts they had at sea, he also felt that the sea was more suitable for their tribe. Shashwan was curious about the D fish, so Hibayan attempted to draw a picture for him. However, the drawing didn't look like a fish at all. It wasn't even close to the totem he drew before, so Shashwan gave up trying to find out what the D fish looked like from Hibayan's drawing. However, Hibayan appeared confused the second time he mentioned the D fish, though he didn't tell Shashwan why. After Hibayan left, Shashwan chatted with a few other injured tribesmen from the D tribe. Some of them also mentioned the D fish, but these people were different from Hibayan. Their feelings toward the D fish were not as complicated. They even saw D fish as their companion. This was a belief passed down to them from their ancestors, and they were brainwashed at a young age. However, there was definitely another secret related to D fish. Guizi finished speaking with the child in the shell. The child said that her symptoms alleviated if she was placed in water, so Guizi sent people out to prepare a giant stone fish tank. Since they started using pottery, they rarely used stone tools, so Guizi asked some people to help look for a stone fish tank that they no longer used and fill it up with water. Then, Hibayan and the others carried the child into the stone fish tank. Seawater and river water are different, but at least there's some water. This should work better than the shell, Shashwan said. The child in the shell didn't express any other opinions, but it was evident that she was holding in her pain. There was no way she could ignore the festers on her body. Hibayan and the others even said that back when they were in their tribe, all they did was dig a giant hole and set their sick children inside the hole. Every day, they would refill the hole with fresh seawater. However, the shaman of their tribe suddenly thought about putting Dayan inside the seashell, so they filled the seashell up with seawater. The seawater only started disappearing on their way here. The D people were taking care of the situation here now, so the flaming horns didn't need to be here. Even though some of them were frustrated, they were still well behaved. "How's everything on your side?" Shashwan asked Guizi. He had obtained some new information from talking to Hibayan, but he felt like Guizi would get more information out of the child. That child. It was as if there was a problem Guizi couldn't solve. "She's the next shamaness of the D tribe if she survives." The child didn't hide this secret. Shashwan realized there were many things that Hibayan didn't know about. He probably noticed it too, but there was no way for him to learn more. They came all the way here to search for a cure, so there was no way these people were kept completely in the dark. At least one person among them should know the truth. Hibayan was the chief and leader of this trip, but this person was not him. Who else had a higher rank than Hee-Bayan? Now he knew. No wonder Hee-Bayan and the others were also worried about this child. She was the next shamaness after all. Guizi could relate to this. That child was very knowledgeable about her situation and didn't try to hide anything. She told me directly what happened. It's just like we have guessed. The cause of her sickness is the conflict between the two totemic powers, Guizi explained. What's her attitude towards D-Fish? Shashwan asked. This is the strange part. Juan, you said that Hee-Bayan's attitude towards the D-Fish was confusing, but the other D people all seem very close to the D-Fish. However, when that child talked about D-Fish, she seemed cautious. Guizi couldn't understand why. The Flaming Horns were more familiar with the drumming tribe, and at first, she thought that they were similar to them. The drumming tribe couldn't live without their crocodiles, and she thought they were the same too. However, there had never been any drumming tribesmen who had another attitude towards their crocodiles. There are many things she still didn't tell you, Shashwan said. When I talked to her, she told everyone to leave the room. It's clear that there are things she doesn't want anyone else to know about, Hee-Bayan included. After some thought, Shashwan said, she's testing the waters and seeing whether we can actually solve this problem. If we don't even intend to help her, she wouldn't tell us anymore. Guizi nodded. She asked whether we can help her extract one of the totemic powers inside her body, but I don't have a solution for that at the moment. After all, we've never encountered anyone with two totemic powers within their bodies. Extract one? Shashwan also had no clue about this. His case was special too. Besides the power of the Flaming Horn's fire seed and the totemic power, there was yet another force within him. However, the only difference between his case and theirs is that the two energies within his body are not at conflict with each other. In stark contrast, many times, the power from the Flaming Horn's fire seed and the totemic power would become stronger and more active under the influence of this power. Next time, when you go visit the child, I'll come along. I have some questions for her. Shashwan could tell that the child opened up to Guizi probably because she was a shamaness too. She felt closer to Guizi. The child didn't wish to speak with anyone else other than her. At first, Shashwan wanted Guizi to help him deliver a message, but after some thought, he felt that it was better if he went and asked himself. They could ignore this problem the D tribe was facing. But Shashwan was very curious about the cause of this illness. It wasn't just him, though. Guizi and the other two retired shamans all felt the same way. They all wanted to know the cause and solution to this problem. Shamans were all interested in matters related to the fire seed. On this day, Shashwan arrived at the house that D tribesmen were living in. The D people were much friendlier to Guizi than Shashwan because, in the D tribe, the shaman was their ultimate leader. A chief was just a secondary figure. This was common in many tribes, so Shashwan wasn't surprised. When he arrived, he heard laughter inside the house. The stone fish tank was set in the middle of the room, and the giant shell was still unmoved. The shell was open, and the watermarks had already disappeared inside the shell. The stench in the room had dissipated. It wasn't as strong as the first day, probably because the child was now soaked in fresh water. The child was still wearing clothes made from the skin of a special type of fish in the sea. It was the same outfit she wore the other day. There were also other fishes inside the fish tank. The day people caught these fishes in the Flaming River and said they were going to let the child play with them. However, what species was most abundant in the Flaming River? Piranhas. Yes. Exactly. The toy the D people caught for the child to play with was the famous piranha of the Flaming River, those that were still active and full of sharp teeth. The three fishes weren't too big, just the size of an adult's palm. If they were too big, they wouldn't fit inside the stone fish tank due to the limited space. If any other people were in the same fish tank as these three piranhas, they would be attacked by them. Regardless of their size, these fishes were known for their brutal and fierce nature. However, those piranhas that were proudly swimming in the Flaming River were now like small chicks being chased. They were swimming around wildly in the fish tank, jumping here and there trying to avoid the human child's slaps, even though the child's hands were smaller than them. The laughter that Szechuan heard when he first entered the room came from the child who was slapping the piranhas. It seemed like she was having fun. If the drumming tribesmen went underwater without their crocodile's protection, this might not have happened. However, this young kid successfully scared these piranhas. The only thing Szechuan couldn't figure out was whether the fish were afraid of the kid's illness or if all D people could do this. Seeing Szechuan and Guizi enter the room, the kid who was called Dian stopped slapping the fish. The water in the stonefish tank finally stopped trickling and splashing. The three piranhas appeared exhausted, swimming away from the child. They were literally sticking to the sides of the fish tank. If there were a crack in the fish tank, they would very possibly have tried to slip out from there. Chapter 719 Swallowing the Fire Seed. The child in the stonefish tank smiled when she saw Guizi enter the room. However, due to her festering skin, she looked scarier than most drumming tribesmen when they smiled. Only her eyes shine brightly through her festered skin. They were like sunlight reflecting off a wavy sparkling ocean. In her eyes, Szechuan had faded into the background. Dian only glanced at him once and never looked at him again. It was the same way she viewed every other person. "How are you feeling today?" Guizi went to inspect Dian's condition in the stonefish tank. "I feel a lot better." Although she was sick, her illness did not affect her voice. If people merely heard her speak, they wouldn't have thought such a severe illness had happened to her. Dian and the others guarding on the side looked at Guizi nervously. When the child lowered her head to look at the fish in the fish tank, Guizi shook her head at them. Dian and the others initially watched them with hopeful eyes, but suddenly, they were full of misery and despair. Their shaman told them to look for the solution here, but if the people here couldn't treat this illness, where could they find their answer? Could it be that this wasn't the place their shaman told them about? Did they have to travel further upstream? They heard that the stone bridge was built after the flaming horns settled here and didn't exist initially. If this bridge didn't stop them, they wouldn't have stopped, and this wouldn't have been their final destination. For the past 2 days, the D people discussed whether they should continue traveling upstream or stay here. They still hadn't come to a conclusion. Some people were sure that this wasn't the place the shaman told them about and didn't want to waste any time here. Another group felt that this was the place because the flaming horns already said it themselves. There were fewer tribes upstream, and the flaming horns were the strongest tribe in this region. Dian was frustrated and couldn't decide. After all, no matter what he chose, there was no going back if he picked the wrong choice. They could very possibly suffer extermination. Or should he ask Dian for her opinion? Dian looked over at the stonefish tank. Dian was still chatting with Guizi while playing with the 3 fishes in the fish tank. Even though Dian said her condition improved, he knew that it was only comparatively better than when she was stuck inside the shell on their way here. She could move around freely in the stonefish tank, so of course, it was better than when she was in the shell. However, upon closer inspection, he would notice that the festering condition had worsened since she came out of the shell. Szechuan knelt and looked at the child at her eye level. "I have a few questions to ask you." After he said this, Szechuan looked at Dian and the others standing by the door. Those people were all looking at them with watchful eyes. They were looking closely at Szechuan. They allowed the shamaness, Guizi, to chat with Dian privately, but they wouldn't allow anyone else. Plus, Szechuan was a man who could be sure what would happen. Szechuan wasn't in a rush. He waited for the person in the fish tank to decide. He knew that this child knew everything. Dian slowed her movements and lowered her head, as if in deep contemplation. After a while, he looked up and said to Dian and the others, "Dian can stay, the others get out." She called Dian by his name. She didn't have the respect most tribesmen had towards their chief. It was apparent that the tribesmen felt that this was okay. From this, they could already determine how highly ranked this child was in their tribe. Even if she was the next shamaness, her sickness did not at all affect her ranking. Dian wanted to advise her, but after she made the decision, it was too late to change it. So, he waved his hands and gestured for the others to leave. "Don't even think about eavesdropping." When there were finally only 4 people left in the room, Hebayan pulled the doors and windows shut. When the Flaming Horns built these houses, the wood they used was considerably soundproof. During their construction, they compared a lot of different materials and finally decided on this wood. Now, this wood was the material the Flaming Horns used most commonly for building houses. The noises outside slowly faded as those people left, and the room was suddenly quiet. Dian, the two totemic powers inside your body are the reasons for your illness. This means that your tribe, the D tribe, had 2 fire seeds. Shashwan's words were like thunder storming through the room, breaking the silence. Hebayan was stunned when Shashwan suddenly spoke. When he returned to his senses, Hebayan couldn't fight the urge to object. How could there be 2 fire seeds? Nonsense. When Shashwan talked to him privately, he also asked the same question, but Hebayan thought it was because he didn't have common sense and was speaking nonsense. Now, after Hebayan grumbled, he noticed that Dian was silent. She did not object. His eyes went back and forth from the person who was in the fish tank to Shashwan and Guizi. His mouth opened more, and from his facial expression, it was clear how shocked he was. Shashwan continued to speak after noticing how the person in the fish tank was quiet. That other fire seed, it's the D-fish, am I right? Hebayan was already stunned by what he just heard. After he listened to this question, he no longer grumbled. Instead, he immediately looked to the person inside the stonefish tank. Now, the person in the stonefish tank finally lifted her head to look at Shashwan. There was a sign of surprise in her eyes. She never thought Shashwan would know this. She was silent and didn't object to any of these questions. It's true? Hebayan's lips trembled as he spoke. His sun-tanned face paled. Even though he knew some things in their tribe that no one else knew about and had questions about the D-fish, he never thought this was the case. Did the D-fish have a fire seed? Why haven't they noticed before? Where was their fire seed? This was unbelievable. This information was beyond everything they had known before. Shashwan told Guizi about this speculation before they came, and Guizi was also shocked for a long time. Dian's reaction proved that Shashwan's hypothesis was indeed correct. Dian looked at the water in the stonefish tank. Her hands reached for the fish in the fish tank. A long time ago, after our ancestors received the help of the D-fish, they came to D Mountain and established our tribe, the D tribe. At the same time, D-fish became a sacred creature in our tribe, and all the descendants were told to treat it with the same respect. If any D tribesman passed away, our ancestors would hand those bodies to the D-fish. Our ancestors said that D-fish would bring us to a better place. This was the story passed down by previous generations of D tribesmen. Hebayan was also brainwashed by this story from a very young age. They never had doubts about it because D-fish would help them. Whenever they had insufficient food, the D-fish would throw some fishes onto the shore to feed them, and if any D tribesmen encountered any troubles at sea, the D-fish would also come to their aid. The D people would also try their best to help D-fish if they encountered any troubles. Their relationship seemed to be based on mutual benefit. However, after Hebayan became the chief, he gained a different way of thinking from the previous chief's handwritten notes. Most of these were around a few hundred years old and had differing views. In summary, they warned him to be on his guard against the D-fish, or else their tribe would suffer from extermination. People also had illnesses similar to this one very long ago. Perhaps it was back then when the ancestors noticed the problem, but the key person who knew about this could only be the shaman. Hebayan didn't understand why the shaman had been keeping it a secret. It was probably because he was still doubtful or worried that this was a very disrespectful thought because of their ancestors' respect for the D-fish, but it could also be other reasons. The chief wasn't the shaman after all. In the D tribe, the things that Hebayan could know were limited, so he couldn't know the truth behind this illness. More and more people were getting sick, but most D people never made the connection between their sickness and the D-fish. However, what did this grand elder just say? D-fish was the reason behind their tribe's strange illness? The person in the stonefish tank never took a single glance at the other 3 in the room. She continued to mutter as she played with the 3 fishes in the water. 700 years ago was the first time someone got sick. There was no cure, so he jumped into the ocean where the D-fish lived. But the D fish saved him. Our ancestors' records showed that the D fish surrounded the person and pushed him to the shore. They stayed near the shore and didn't leave him. Soon after, that person passed away. Only then did the D fish bring him to the bottom of the sea. Hibayan's eyes twitched suddenly. He heard these stories before, but when the elders mentioned this story, they emphasized how the D fish had protected them and how grateful they were. They could even tell that the person was sick and didn't want to bring them under the sea. This was enough to show how much the D fish cared for the D people. Now, hearing the story from Dayan's mouth sent shivers down his spine. Hibayan had a bad feeling about this. After that, every few decades, this kind of sickness would spread in our tribe again, and it would grow on children who just awakened their totemic power not long ago. Still, there was no medicine. These children wouldn't be able to live long. At most, they could manage to live up to 2 years. But soon, this illness happened more frequently, and more people became sick. Now, it has infected more children than ever. Our shaman even said that the D fish had begun to take action. Their fire seed was already strong enough. Why haven't we killed them? We already know that they're the cause. Kill them. Hibayan was growing furious, and the muscles on his face trembled, tearing up emotionally. He was so mad that even his expression looked hideous. It's too late. It's already too difficult to separate the 2 fire seeds. Even if we take action, it could very possibly madden the D fish, causing them to attack. The D fish can come ashore, so if we fight them, our fire seed will become damaged too. The shaman already told me before we came that we don't have much time left. Either we win this fight, or we die. But the shaman still hoped that we could find other solutions. Dayan lowered her head and observed the fishes in the tank. Hibayan thought about the ancestors of the Day tribe. They had been accepting the stories as they passed down as the ultimate truth. Even if the shaman had other opinions, not every shaman felt the same way. Even if they noticed something was wrong, they would hesitate to take any action and waste too much time. When they finally decided to take action, it would already be too late. For the past few hundred years, the Day shamans have been searching for a solution, but they found nothing. This time, the shaman said he finally found the solution. It was to follow this river upstream until we can't travel upstream anymore. As she said this, Dayan looked at Hibayan. Do you know how our tribe's totemic sign was created? Hibayan shook his head. His expression looked as if his world was falling apart on the inside. Dayan looked at Shashwan and Guizi and said, "Let me borrow a brush." Shashwan took out a brush and blank linen cloth. The tip of the brush was already stained with ink. Shashwan made this brush himself. There was ink in the brush, so it could be used immediately after it was uncapped. Dayan looked at the brush in her hands and then bent over the side of the stonefish tank. Hibayan was holding onto the linen cloth next to her. When the D tribe was first established, our totem looked like this. A strange-looking human face was drawn near where Hibayan's left hand was on the linen. This was a little different from the drawing of the face with spectacles Hibayan drew before. As Dayan continued to draw, Shashwan also noticed many differences in the new picture. Fish scales and fishtail were growing around the face, but it wasn't as extreme as the first one Hibayan drew. After she finished drawing, Dayan continued to draw beside Hibayan's right hand. Now, the D tribe's totem looks like this. The second drawing was similar to the one Hibayan drew before, and the one Shashwan saw on the shell when it opened. The human's face was smaller, and there were some new lines. It looked very unusual. The fish scales and fishtail took up more space compared to before. On the other side of the face, there were also more lines. If they didn't have the first drawing to compare to, it was hard to notice what was wrong about the second one. Every D tribesman could recognize their totem, but most of them only saw it during their sacrificial rite inside their fire pond. They would mark that down as what they needed to remember, and if they remembered wrongly, they would make corrections. Dayan did not stop there, however. She pulled on the linen and continued to draw on the black spaces beside the second drawing. If this continues, our totem will look like this in the future. As the brush strokes painted out the third picture, Hibayan's hands trembled even harder. On this new drawing, the face was about the same size as the second one, but on the other side of the face where Szechuan saw a few extra lines were finally complete. It was a fish mouth. On one side of the human's face, there was a fish tail. On the other side, there was a fish mouth. It looked like the human's face was swallowed by the fish. The D tribe's totem had transformed from a combination form to a swallowed form. Hibayan, who was holding onto the fabric, appeared even more perplexed and worried. Sweat dripped from his forehead as words tumbled out of this mouth. They apostrophe re. Swallowing our fire seed. Chapter 720. Battle, or die. Could fearsome beasts have fire seeds? Of course, the king stoneworm and the bat leader's existence proved this fact. Szechuan knew from those two creatures that fearsome beasts could also have fire seeds. He even told the other flaming horns about this. That was why Guizi and the others weren't shocked when they heard about this. However, this was the first time they ever heard about a fearsome beast swallowing a human tribe's fire seed. Even if Guizi and the others weren't too interested in this matter, they wanted to find out what was going on. They wanted to know how the D Mountain people could solve this problem and counterattack under these circumstances. Should they approach the fish and battle it or use other methods? Hibayan was frustrated. He had been guarding against the D fish, but the D Mountain people's belief had lasted for tens of thousands of years. The traditional thinking that was formed across generations was crumbling in front of him. Of course, this was not easy to take in. At least Hibayan's strong enough mentally, or he wouldn't be able to stay calm after knowing this. Most tribesmen rarely questioned things such as faith and inheritance. These were things handed down to them by their ancestors. They wouldn't even dare to doubt it, much less disagree or remove it. This was why the D Mountain tribesmen did not dare speculate despite having observed unusual occurrences. In the world of tribesmen, it was too hard a choice to make. Even the Flaming Horns knew this wasn't something they could do right away. Szechuan had once joked about it. If the Flaming Horn ancestors said there was one moon in the sky, the Flaming Horns would all believe it too. What about the things they saw with their own eyes? Many times, seeing the truth with their own eyes might not work against their ancestors' authority. This was just the way tribes worked. Even if it was the truth, the process of acceptance had to take time. The D Mountain tribe had to face this dilemma today because they encountered too many problems throughout this entire process. How could a place have two rulers at the same time? The child's voice carried unmistakable sarcasm. The D Mountain tribe's ancestors probably had plans to coexist with the D fish, but time could only prove that this was too naive an idea. Even if those were just fish, they were fish with the fire seed's power. Fearsome beasts were not necessarily stupid. They could very possibly be more cunning than most people. They could even be smart and have great ambition, thinking way further than most tribesmen. Now, they were trying to engulf the D Mountain's fire seed. They had to pay a huge price if they wanted to merge two different fire seeds. They had to sacrifice the time and effort of generations of tribesmen. This was a price most tribes weren't willing to pay. If they had the energy, they'd instead expand their territory and fight for more resources. However, those fishes did it. They were slowly devouring this fire seed that did not belong to them and making its power their own. Then, what should we do? Hibayan's mouth trembled as he spoke. He didn't know if it was hatred or fear. He was disgusted that the D fish actually did this to them, but at the same time, he was also afraid that their tribe might disappear from this world. Most tribes thought that their tribe wouldn't exist if their fire seed were taken away from them. Dian. What should we do? If we can't find a solution here in the Flaming Horn tribe, should we keep traveling upstream? Hibayan asked nervously. We don't need to go upstream. Dian continued to speak in a calm voice as she played with the fish in the stonefish tank. If we can't find a solution here, we're heading back. Head back? Then what about you? Your situation is... Hibayan looked at the person in the stonefish tank. He couldn't finish his sentence. The person in the stonefish tank turned her head and looked in Hibayan's direction. Her gaze did not carry any signs of worry. She was unexpectedly calm and unemotional. We head back, and I will carve some things on a seashell. You guys can bring it back and show it to the rest of our tribe. Tell them that between us, the D Mountain tribe and the D fish, there is only one solution: battle. or die. Even the shaman would have a hard time convincing everyone in the D Mountain tribe. Dian, you and the shaman. Hebian was startled by the child in the stonefish tank. He was not slow like the others, being brighter than the rest. Hebian's strength was not the most outstanding in the D Mountain tribe, and he was mischievous during his childhood years, but in the end, he was appointed chief by the shaman. The only reason was that his mind wasn't as inflexible as the others, and he knew how to contemplate and make judgments on right and wrong. Maybe he couldn't meet the shaman's expectations, but at least he was the best amongst the rest of their tribe. Perhaps the shaman already anticipated this state to arrive when he chose Hebian as the chief. The shaman said that we could find a solution to this problem if we head up the flaming river. Is this true? Hebian's voice trembled even more as he spoke. Dian smiled. The sores on her face were already so festered that her smile could hardly be noticed, but from her eyes, they could tell that she was smiling. Dian thought to herself, the shaman made the right decision indeed. It was already very fortunate that they were able to get to this stage. Hebian couldn't control the trembles in his voice when he noticed Dian's reaction. His entire body was shaking. If there never was a solution to this problem, the shaman mentioned a solution. At least this much is true, but we can't be sure now. So this leaves us with one final choice. The first part of Dian's sentence sounded relaxed, but the second part sounded like a death sentence. Hebian could already guess what she meant by one final choice. Perhaps Dian was never hopeful about going back alive this time. That was probably why she was so calm all this time. This was a matter that concerned their entire tribe. They couldn't put all of their hope in one solution. If this solution couldn't work, they had to have at least a second option prepared. The only choice they had besides the other solutions was battle. This was the final and most hopeless choice. But if they were to battle, the school of D-Fish would not go easy on them. They had been feeding on the D-Mountain tribesmen's bodies. Even if most of the people they ate before were dead, they were still D-Mountain people. What should the D-Mountain tribe do under the menace of the D-Fish? Their fire seed was already trapped and bound to the D-Fish's fire seed. There was no way they could migrate, and if they were to go to battle with most of the other D-Mountain tribesmen hesitating to fight, would they even have a chance to win? Many times, what they needed most was a twist in thought, time, and bloodshed. Bloodshed had the most significant effect and could trigger many people, especially when this matter concerned something deeply engraved in every D-Mountain tribesman's heart. If they didn't pay the price in blood, the others might not be able to wake from this false reality. All of the people who came with Dian this time were specially picked by the shaman, so they were trustworthy. If there was truly no cure, Dian would not live much longer. If they head back now, she would only become a useless carcass. Hebian and the others would bring Dian's dead body back with her carvings on the shell, announcing to the other tribesmen that this was the solution to this problem. Perhaps this could wake them up from their stubborn beliefs and shake their faith. At least those people wouldn't be a drag on them if they decided to fight. Dian had a high ranking in the D-Mountain tribe. She was considered by most to be second to the shaman. If she gave up her life for this cause, it would definitely trigger some of these people and shake their firm beliefs. This was just the way shamans typically did things. They liked to solve problems with their mind, knowledge, and faith. Hebian was already choking with tears. He didn't know what to say. His accent thickened with emotion so Shashwan couldn't understand what he was trying to say. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Shashwan suddenly coughed and broke the silence. I don't know how to extract the other totemic energy because they are already tightly bound to each other. You might be able to sense it within you too. This is extremely hard to do, and if you try to force it, you might even endanger your own lives. However, have you guys tried engulfing the D-Fish's fire seed instead? Chapter 721. The Dominant Flame. After Shashwan finished speaking, Hebian looked over at him as if he was a complete idiot. Of course, they had thought about swallowing a fire seed whole before, but the D-Fish had been the dominant one and had been swallowing their fire seeds slowly. So many years had passed since then, and they still couldn't wholly devour their fire seed. Now he was suggesting for the D Mountain tribe to swallow the D Fish's fire seed. How long would that take? What I'm suggesting is not exactly like what you might be thinking, Shashwan explained. Of course I know that engulfing a fire seed whole takes a long time, but what I mean is you guys can take the part of the fire seed that belongs to you, put it inside your bodies, and use it to battle the D Fish's fire seed slowly. Put it inside our bodies? Hibayan couldn't understand what Shashwan was saying. Even Dian, who was playing with the fish, looked curiously at Shashwan. Guizi understood what Shashwan meant. That's right, there's a way, but it's not completely safe, though a lot more effective than the idea you guys mentioned. According to what I heard from you guys, there are 2 fire seeds in the fire pond in your tribe. These 2 fire seeds are bound and mixed, and many D Mountain people cannot tell them apart. Seeing how the D Fish's fire seed could get to this form today, they only succeeded by gaining extra energy from swallowing the D Mountain tribe's fire seed. Their part of the fire seed already has that D Mountain fire seed's energy. Even if you can't sense it, I'm sure understand what I'm saying. However, even though it's hard to notice, these are still 2 different fire seeds. You guys can still utilize the part that the D Fish didn't swallow, or choose to let the D Fish swallow it whole. When Shashwan noticed that Hibayan and Dian were both listening carefully, he continued, the reason these 2 fire seeds could mix and mingle was the fire pond. If you guys want to migrate, you guys can't make the decision alone. Both the D Mountain tribe and the D Fish have to agree before you guys are allowed to migrate. The D Fish definitely won't agree to this, so this means there was no way for you guys to move your fire seed. Instead of battling them, why not merge the part of the fire seed that belongs to your tribe with your bodies? That way, the D Fish can no longer take it away from you. Plus, even if the fire seed was weak and incomplete, totemic warriors with merged fire seeds are much stronger than those without. Merge the fire seed with our bodies? This concept was too new to Hibayan and Dian. They would never have thought about this. You guys can probably sense that the Flaming Horn tribe doesn't have an ancient fire seed, Shashwan said. Hibayan had only just noticed this fact. For the past few days, he had been worrying about their tribe and Dian and didn't have the time to mind anything else. It was also partially because their tribe rarely interacted with any other tribes, doing their best to avoid people on their way up the Flaming River. Naturally, they forgot what the repulsion from other fire seeds felt like. As for Dian, even though she had been trained as the next shamaness, she lacked experience and never experienced any strong repulsion from other tribes' fire seeds. Her knowledge was limited to the theories that the shaman taught her. Now that Shashwan mentioned it, she recalled learning about this before. Ancient fire seed? Dian caught on to this phrase. This was the first time she heard this phrase. Yes, the fire seed in your fire pond at the D Mountain tribe is an ancient fire seed. Now, in the Flaming Horn tribe, we don't have this ancient fire seed. How is that possible? Hibayan's worldview was refreshed once again. In just one day, his perception had changed several times. Nothing is impossible. Blood and fire come from the same origin, and many tribes on this continent have already merged their ancient fire seed. All the larger tribes have already merged with their fire seed, and the middle to smaller sized tribes are also following in our footsteps. You guys don't talk to any other tribes and live so far away, so you naturally won't know about this. But this is already old news. If you don't believe me, you can try asking the people at the Flaming River trading point. It's just on the other side of the stone bridge. It's a large trading market we built and many people from all over the continent come here on expedition trips to trade, Shashwan said. Hibayan's jaw dropped. He was speechless and didn't know how to react, but he knew that this grand elder wasn't lying. The D tribe never liked socializing and lived in a remote area, so most people in their area probably didn't know about the merged fire seeds too. It was rare for Dian to show any signs of excitement, but now, she was suddenly curious. Are you sure it can be merged? If they couldn't remove their part from the fire seed, why not just merge the part that still belonged to them with their bodies? Now that they thought about it, It wasn't impossible. Perhaps the solution the shaman told them about really exists. After some contemplation, Diane pushed herself up from the side of the stonefish tank. Hibayan pushed her down. Pleading was his job. She didn't have to do it. Without waiting for Shashwan to respond, Hibayan fell to his knees and bowed to Shashwan. Please help our tribe, Grand Elder. Before this, Hibayan had already told Guihi that if they needed anything from the D Mountain tribe, they would try their best to give it to them, even if it meant diving into the sea to search for rare pearls and jewels. Get up, let me finish my sentence, Shashwan said helplessly. Oh. Hibayan stayed on his knees and knelt beside the stonefish tank. He waited expectantly for Shashwan to finish his sentence. He was waiting to plead again after Shashwan finished what he was going to say. If the flaming horns could help them, who cared about the embarrassment? So what if they would lose face? These were all small matters to him. What I wanted to say was, your tribe is an exceptional case. Something unpredictable might happen during the merging process, and even if your tribe was like other tribes, the act of merging fire seeds itself was risky enough. Shashwan went on and told them about the tribes that had failed to merge their fire seeds. Hibayan was suddenly doubtful after hearing such risks, but Diane was very excited. Her eyes were gleaming with hope. We'll take it. This is the solution. I believe that this is the best solution. Hibayan opened his mouth but remained silent. He couldn't change what Diane had decided on. Can you teach us how to merge our fire seed? Diane asked hopefully. I can only tell you some things you need to watch out for during the usual merging process. It is slightly different for every tribe, so you have to figure out the rest on your own, Shashwan said. Diane struggled to her feet and bowed respectfully to Shashwan. She said solemnly, "Thank you so much." Hibayan hurriedly held on to Diane as it was very exhausting for Diane to stand up. For the past few days, she had been lying in the stonefish tank. Only the symptoms on her hand had alleviated. Shashwan looked over at Diane and asked again, "Can I check the totemic energy in your body?" Shashwan pointed a finger to his forehead as he said this, hinting the totemic energy in her sea of consciousness. "No way." Hibayan objected immediately. It wasn't the gender issue. Different tribes' energies repelled each other. Their fire seeds and totemic energies are different. So if Shashwan suddenly entered Diane's sea of consciousness, she might suffer a strong repulsion. What was more, Diane's body was also in critical condition. If they tried this, wouldn't it end her life? Okay. Diane did not object. She felt that since Shashwan was willing to help them and teach them how to merge their fire seed, this was a reasonable request. Perhaps he could give some valuable advice and opinion after observing the situation in her consciousness. This was enough. She never planned on going back to her tribe alive. If she could gain some valuable information to help her tribe before her death, this was already more than enough for her. Hibayan was mad and started to talk to her in their dialect again, but Diane shut him up with one sentence. Diane gave a wry expression and looked nervously at Shashwan as she waited for his instructions. Shashwan walked over and asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Diane was very calm. Guizi unknowingly took a few steps backwards. She tried to stay away from them because she had the flaming horn's fire seed's energy. She was worried that being too close might affect the process. Hibayan also moved back when he saw Guizi move backwards. He retreated to the door and kept guard outside as he watched. Guizi wanted to tell Hibayan that Shashwan was a unique person in their tribe who wasn't afraid of repulsion. Other fire seeds wouldn't react to his energy, but she had to step back because her fire seed was different. She wanted to tell Hibayan that he didn't have to stay far away because his energy was the same as Diane's, but seeing how he nervously guarded the door, she kept quiet. Hibayan leaned against the door with both fists clenched. His eyes stared unblinkingly in their direction as Shashwan lifted a finger and pointed to the space between Diane's eyebrows. Diane was also paying close attention to what was happening in her consciousness. Inside, the D tribe's totemic sign was similar to the second drawing she drew. Some new lines had appeared on the other side of the face, and a blurry outline of a fish's mouth was coming to completion. The flames around the totemic sign didn't look strange at all. It was all blue. However, she knew that this was a mixture of two flames, but mostly the D-fish's flames. The D-fish's flames surrounded the Day tribe's flames and were almost ready to engulf it. That was why she was so ill. However, a part of the Day tribe's fire seed was also constantly fighting back, but it was stuck in the center, surrounded by the D-fish's fire, so it wasn't obvious. Suddenly, a white flame appeared in Diane's consciousness. When this flame appeared, the other two flames in her consciousness suddenly calmed down. It was just like how two enemies in a battle suddenly stopped fighting when they saw a stronger opponent. They were caught by surprise. Diane's illness was getting severe because the two flames were battling each other. Now that this battle suddenly stopped, Diane also felt more relaxed. The pain caused by the sores were still there, but it was a lot weaker than before. Diane finally calmed down when he saw that Diane wasn't in pain anymore. Shashwan saw the situation in Diane's sea of consciousness. From his perspective, the D tribe's totemic flames were blue, rolling like waves across an ocean of fire. The totem was clear, and seeing how the fish's mouth was slowly coming into shape, he knew that what Diane told them before was indeed the truth. The totemic flame seemed only to have one color, but Shashwan could tell clearly which part belonged to the D tribe and which part belonged to the D fish. Even though they were similar and both blue, they appeared as different as black and white in Shashwan's eyes. The situation was indeed critical. The D fish's flames were surrounding the D people's flames, and on the surface, it seemed like only a small fraction of the D people's flames were still struggling to fight. At this moment, Shashwan felt that he could perhaps lend them a hand. The white flames gushed toward the totemic flames, yet Diane did not feel any repulsion. This was strange. It was entirely different from what the shaman had taught her. The white flames tested the fires and tried to dive into the blue. It was like a sword splitting apart eternal darkness. As this happened, the D tribe's flames took this chance and gushed upward as they tried to escape. Chapter 722 Revenge. Initially, Diane was being attacked in her consciousness, and the D fish's flames were surrounding her. When her own flames suddenly surged upward, the gap grew wider until the D tribe's flames broke free from the siege. The battle continued, even more intense than before. Diane had only felt slightly better, but suddenly, an unbearable pain shot through all the sores on her body. She endured the pain through gritted teeth. Did the fire seed's repulsion cause it? No, that wasn't the repulsion. The new flame in her consciousness was not the reason behind this sudden pain. Instead, it was because the two totemic powers in her body had started to fight again. The only difference between those who were sick and weren't suffering in the D tribe, no, to be precise, those who had a severe illness and those that were less ill, was that the two totemic energies in the former could not coexist, so they were fighting to survive. Diane belonged to the former group. The latter, on the other hand, was still not in a critical condition. The energies within their bodies were not fighting. Diane belonged to the latter group. Now, as these two totemic powers battled each other, the D tribe's totemic energy was fighting back vigorously. Diane was getting farther away from her predestined death. She was fighting to survive. Diane wanted to get close when he saw Diane in pain, but Guizi held him back. Don't worry, it's not a bad sign. Diane couldn't feel anything, but as the shamaness, Guizi could feel the energy of the D tribe's totemic flames strengthening. It's not a bad sign, but Diane doesn't seem like she's fine. Diane was anxious. If it wasn't for the fact that they were trying to merge their fire seed, he would have attacked Shashwan by now. Wait there! Diane suddenly shouted. Her voice sounded constrained, as if those words were forcefully summoned under immense pain, but it was enough to show her determination. She would not allow Diane to intervene. Thus, Diane could only stand there and wait nervously. His eyes were affixed on Diane, and he was worried that an accident might happen. There was no cure for Diane's sickness, and she was already on the brink of death. She probably only had 10 days left to live, but every day was precious. It would be priceless if she could even live one more day. Couldn't she stay alive for 10 more days? However, No matter how worried Bayan was, he could not object to Dayan's decision. After Dayan shouted for him to wait there, she no longer paid any attention to Bayan. The two totemic flames in Dayan's consciousness fought even more intensely than before, but what's strange was that the tribe's totemic energy was strengthening greatly too. Besides the time when she had just woken up, she had never felt such active totemic energy. The totemic energy within her body had been weak because she was sick for so long. It was retreating and giving in to the fish's attacks. However, even though she was so ill, she suddenly felt like her energy peaked. The longer she fought, the stronger she became. It was unbelievable. Another unbelievable fact was that the white flame merely stayed on the side in her sea of consciousness. The two flames fought each other but never bothered even to pay any attention to that white flame. No matter how hard they fought, they didn't make a single move on that flame. Usually, if any foreign tribe's energy came within her body, there would be a strong repulsive reaction. Now, the white flames in her consciousness were foreign, but there was no repulsive reaction at all. Instead, Dayan felt that her totemic flames in her consciousness grew more robust in this white flame's presence. But this was not the time to pay attention to that white flame anymore. Instead, she should be focusing all her attention on fighting back. In her consciousness, the tribe's flames were inseparable from her. They were one and the same. Dayan's thoughts and intentions could influence the flame's behavior. Ever since Dayan became sick, she felt immense pain whenever she tried to activate her totemic power. But now, Dayan couldn't care anymore. It was either fight or die, so why not give it her all? As her totemic energy peaked, the totemic line surfaced under her festered skin. Even though she could hardly feel it due to the sores on her body, dark-colored blood flowed out from her festered wounds. This was not the first time this happened. Whenever her condition worsened, this would happen, but the blood flowed a lot faster than before. The clear water suddenly turned murky and dark in the stonefish tank as blood flowed from her wounds. Small delicate parts of her skin shed off into the water. When the blood seeped into the stonefish tank, the three piranhas jumped wildly like mad flies and slammed themselves against the wall of the stonefish tank, making loud clanging sounds. Very soon, these clanging sounds weakened and faded until they no longer slammed themselves against the wall. Bayan craned his neck to look. The three piranhas were dead, and their overturned bodies floated to the surface of the murky water. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their tiny sharp fangs could be seen through their open mouths. Are they dead? Shashwan could feel the energies in Dayan's body. He wanted to leave the battlefield, but whenever he tried to pull away from the white flame, the tribe's flames would weaken. The closer his white flames were to the other flames, the stronger the tribe's flames became. After he tested this several times, he noticed that it was similar to what happened before. That white flame could influence other totemic flames to become stronger and more active. Those white flames originated from another energy within Shashwan's body. It was the bright light that covered his totemic flames. Its power was similar to that of the fire seed, but it would never cause any foreign fire seeds to repel. This happened with the drumming tribe, the rain tribe, and other tribes. Dayan's case once again confirmed this fact. The energy of totemic flames came from the fire seed. Even the fire seed wouldn't repel this energy, so needless to say, totemic energies wouldn't repel it either. In contrast, whenever he summoned this energy, all sorts of totemic energies, including the flaming horns and other tribes, would become more active. Shashwan had been doubtful back then as to how the rain fell in the rain tribe. How did the drumming tribe's water moon ancient stones transform into water moon stones in Shashwan's hands? How did the water sun ancient stone become the water sun stone? These were all connected to that power in his body. Up till now, Shashwan couldn't figure out what this energy was. Once again, Shashwan drew the white flame closer to the tribe's totem. The closer he was, the stronger the tribe's totemic flames became. In contrast, the fish's totemic flames would weaken whenever his flames got close. Shashwan didn't dare dive into the flames immediately. This would get out of control, so he slowly tested his power. This white flame was like a giant hand that influenced the battle. With one push from these flames, The D tribe's flames grew stronger as it fought back. The D tribe's totemic flames were changing as Shashwan drew the white flames closer. Pull it out. Diane suddenly gasped. She didn't mean for Shashwan to remove the white flame from her consciousness. Instead, she tried to tell Shashwan to pull it away from where the D tribe's totemic flames were. She tried to use the D tribe's flames to do exactly what the D fish did to them. No, to be specific, this was Diane's plan. The D fish was planning on swallowing her fire seed whole, but under Shashwan's intervention, everything had changed. Diane wanted to take this chance to take her revenge, and use the same method on the D-fish's totemic flames. Shashwan could feel the murderous energy and hatred coming from the D-tribe's flames in Diane's sea of consciousness. Now, the D-tribe's flames were already surrounding the D-fish's flames. Swallow it whole. The D-fish wanted to fight back, but now, the D-tribe's flames were too strong. When the D-tribe's flames surrounded them, the D-fish's flames didn't even have any space to fight back. They were surrounded. It was like a predator had swallowed them whole. Shashwan didn't leave immediately. He waited patiently on the side for the D-tribe's flames to grow stronger, until it was a confirmed win. Meanwhile, Shashwan also noticed that the totem had begun to change in Diane's sea of consciousness. The D-tribe and the D-fish had been sharing the same totem, so the totem would naturally move closer to the dominant flame. Now, the lines representing two eyes on the totem's face were thickening, as if a pair of eyes were finally opening. The human face was growing wider in all directions. The scales of the fish and the fishtail were all moving. Amidst the rolling flames, the face that was initially covered by fish lines returned to its initial look. The human face was becoming more apparent, and the fish scales were shrinking and slowly disappearing. The fish mouth that was slowly forming also faded in the flames. The swallowing process usually took a long time, but now, it was happening at a speed observable by the naked eye. The swallowing process sped up even more as the D-tribe regained the energy it had lost before. Chapter 723, Mermaid. Shashwan withdrew his white flames from Diane's sea of consciousness after the D-tribe's flames completely swallowed the D-fish's flames. He looked around after moving his finger away from Diane's forehead. The water moonstones in the room gave out a lunar white incandescent that lit the room. There was no longer any light coming from the cracks in the windows. It's nighttime already? Shashwan was shocked. Yes, the sun just set not too long ago. Guizi handed Shashwan a jade bottle filled with medicinal pills. Even though Guizi had no clue what happened, she was shocked that it took an entire day. This process had no doubt drained their energy. The Tay tribe newly decocted these medicinal pills, and they could help with replenishing totemic energy. Even though this could not compare to the fire crystals, it was better than not doing anything. Grand Elder, how is Diane? Hibayan walked over in light steps and asked Shashwan in a low voice. The person in the stonefish tank seemed to be asleep. Her calm breathing showed that she was still alive. He didn't dare disturb Diane, so he could only ask Shashwan. She's fine now. Shashwan popped a pill into his mouth. Although he was just watching from the side, maintaining the white flame drained a lot of his energy. Fine? What does that mean? Hibayan asked confusedly. If everything was successful, she will probably recover. Since Shashwan wasn't sure what would happen in the future, he could only tell him what he knew at the moment. This change only happened for Diane. After all, even if she fully recovered, if their tribe's fire seed lost the battle against the D-fish, she wouldn't have a good ending either. Recover? You mean Diane won't die anymore? She'll be fine? Hibayan was so shocked he forgot to lower his volume, so he immediately asked again in a low voice, really? Yup. Just check on her again tonight. Guizi will give you guys some medicine to feed her. Shashwan went to check on the situation in Diane's consciousness once again to make sure nothing changed. It was still the same as before. She needed some time to adapt after engulfing the D-fish's fire seed. It was just like a giant python that had just swallowed its prey. It required some time to digest its food. As for this, Shashwan could not help her anymore even if he wanted to. After he left this house, Shashwan went to explain Dian's condition to Guizi. Guizi was shocked when he heard that Shashwan had an extraordinary power other flaming horns didn't know about. After some thought, she said, she should be fine now since the totem has returned to how it initially looked. However, since Dian is the only one who changed and the other D people are still the same, are they going to continue with the merging of their fire seed? Probably. There's no other way to solve this problem. After Guizi and Shashwan left, Hibayan looked for two soldiers he trusted most to take turns looking after the stonefish tank. The others were told to keep guard outside. Inside the room, the light from the water moonstone allowed Hibayan to see the stonefish tank's situation. Dian was no longer bleeding. A lot of rotten skin had shed from her body. Now, the color of the water had changed, and it had also become turbid. D people liked water, but they didn't like murky water. That was why Hibayan scooped the murky water out of the stonefish tank. He scooped out the 3 dead fish out of the water because they would rot and begin to smell if he didn't. Then, he added some new water into the tank while careful not to make any noises. He was worried that it would affect Dian's recovery. After he finished changing the water, Hibayan and another warrior called Dulan carried the murky water out of the room. After they left the room, Dulan finally asked Hibayan, "Chief, can Dian recover?" "I don't know. The Flaming Horn Grand Elder said so. Perhaps the solution our shaman told us about really exists." "That's great. Our tribe can be saved." Seeing how excited Bolan was, Hibayan had some things to tell him but he held his tongue. He was afraid of saying something he shouldn't, so he thought he should wait until Dian woke up before deciding what to tell the others. After all, some of these topics were too sensitive. Time passed by quickly as Hibayan worried about the future. Hibayan did not sleep that night, nor did any other D tribesman. They agreed to take turns keeping watch, but no one could fall asleep. The 2 moons had disappeared, and the sun shone on the great earth once again. They gently pulled apart the curtains and let the natural light into the room. They no longer needed water moonstones. Hibayan walked over to the stonefish tank to look after picking up all the water moonstones. More than half of Dian's body was submerged in water. Only her nostrils remained above water as she breathed. Her breath was light and long. It was stable and didn't seem like a sick person's breath at all. Hibayan could even feel Dian's life force growing stronger. It was a lot better compared to when they first arrived. Hibayan had been stressed about this, but he was suddenly feeling happier. He wasn't sure if it was because of the sunlight or that Dian was getting better though. Even though they changed the water inside the stonefish tank the night before, it had become murky again after a night's time. Rotten skin continued to shed from Dian's body. Hibayan wasn't sure if Dian was in good condition, but judging by the part of her head above water, she seemed to have gotten better. At least the sores on her face improved. Even though they still couldn't see how she looked like before, they could tell that her condition was getting better. Hibayan nudged the other soldiers beside him and said in a low voice, "Get some water." It was evident that the water needed to be changed again. The day people prioritized hygiene. They only looked dirty when they came because the conditions on their way here didn't allow them to be clean, but they could bear it. They just couldn't stand seeing Dian in pain. She was the next shamaness of their tribe, the core of the D people. Hibayan was just about to move some water when he heard the sound of water coming from the stonefish tank. He immediately looked over. The person who was initially asleep finally opened her eyes wide. There was even a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She was familiar with her own body and could feel that most of the pain had faded. Her body was now more relaxed, and her totemic energy felt recharged since she finally finished digesting the D-fish's energy. After waking up, Dian could feel the totemic energy welling up within her once again. This was indeed worthy of celebration, but very soon, Dian noticed that something was wrong. Hibayan and the others were just about to walk over and ask her what was wrong. From her eyes they could tell that she was at first elated, then doubtful, then dumbfounded. A scream came from the room. Water splashed as Dian panicked and screamed. Hibayan rushed out of the room and went to search for Shashwan. He didn't know where he lived, so he could only ask the flaming horns who were there. When he asked them, he spoke fast with a strong accent. The flaming horns tried their best to understand him, and after listening a few times, they finally caught the words Grand Elder. Shashwan had just walked out of his door when he heard a person calling his name. When he looked over, a person running at the speed of wind ran up to him and knelt in front of him. "It's so early in the morning, there's no need for such gestures of respect," Shashwan said. No, Hibayan was just too exhausted from running. He was so shocked and worried that he already fell twice on his way here. On one of his falls, he even tumbled a distance before getting up on his feet again. Some flaming horns who saw this scene wondered whether the D tribesman had a hard time walking. He was shocked and nervous, so the harder he tried to explain, the harder it got. Finally, he had no choice but to run to where Shashwan lived. When Shashwan saw Hibayan, he knew that something had probably happened to Dayan. He sent people to inform Guizi and Guihi before following Hibayan to the scene. He wouldn't understand the situation by listening to Hibayan's explanation. He had to see it for himself. When he arrived at the house, Shashwan saw more than 20 D warriors waiting outside. All of them looked anxious or confused as if they were shocked by something. One of them was trying to drink some water to calm himself down, but his hands shook so much that the water spilled even before the cup reached his mouth. However, that person was completely unaware of it, so his hands still brought the empty cup to his mouth. As he reached the corridor near the room where the stonefish tank was, Shashwan saw 10 other D people with terrified looks. He couldn't help but frown at such a sight. What happened? Why were these people so scared? Dayan was not dying this time. If she was dying, Hibayan and the others would look sad. There was no sadness in their eyes at all. Sound of water being slapped around could be heard inside the room. It was a lot louder than the clangs made by the fish yesterday. This did not sound like a slap that came from a child's bare hands. There was no laughter today and the atmosphere was weird. The slapping sounds stopped as Shashwan arrived at the scene. He was finally standing in front of the door. Some D people beside the door were soaked, but Shashwan didn't care too much about them. He walked quickly into the room to see what was going on. What happened? Oh, Shashwan's feet stopped where they were, and his expression was stunned too. For a while, he maintained a shocked look. What the heck? He lifted a finger and pointed to the stonefish tank's direction. No words came out of his mouth. Guizi, and the 2 retired shamans also arrived behind Shashwan after hearing the news. Guizi planned to check on Dayan's situation after she received Shashwan's help, but the other 3 came due to pure curiosity. However, when the 4 of them arrived at the door and saw what was inside, even Guihi, who was usually calm and steady, jumped in surprise. Dayan was lying in the stonefish tank inside the room. Her upper body was still the same. She was wearing the same clothes made from marine fish skin. However, the lower half of her body had a fishtail. He wanted to ask, is that a human or animal? He was too shocked when he saw this, but didn't say anything since he wasn't clear about the situation. The question looped in his mind. Initially, he thought that the half-breed slave Yisi brought over was unique enough, but they never thought such a huge surprise awaited them here. Shashwan finally returned to his senses. He breathed in deeply and tried his best to calm down. A mermaid, Dayan was fearless even at the brink of death, but now, she was shocked as any child would be. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she almost cried. She had only swallowed the part of the energy that belonged to the D fish. Why was this happening? Now she's neither human nor fish. Chapter 724, Testing the Waters. Shashwan never expected to see anything like this. Is this what happens when a D person activates their totemic energy? Shashwan asked. No, definitely not. Hibayan was shaking his head wildly. This had never happened in the history of the D tribe. It had never been recorded in any of their ancestors' handbooks. At least it wasn't in the ones that were passed down to them, or they wouldn't have been so shocked by this sight. They were used to living with fish, but they never thought they would actually become a fish one day. That's weird. After Shashwan calmed down, He walked over to the stonefish tank to look closer. Diane was already in a mental breakdown and didn't know what to say. She could only helplessly flick the tail that she believed shouldn't have appeared and try to convince herself that this was just a dream. Shashwan heard the clanging sounds before he walked in, and it was exactly the sound Diane was making now with her tail. It was the sound of her tail moving. The water in the stonefish tank was also displaced when she flicked her tail. The water splashed everywhere, and the floor was all wet with water stains. Everyone on guard was also soaked. However, no one cared to wipe away the water during this time. They could only stand there idly and think about what they could do. "Let me check your totem," Shashwan said. Diane didn't object. She looked at Shashwan with expectant eyes, hoping he could find an answer. Shashwan placed his hand close to the space between Diane's eyebrows, and the white flame once again entered her sea of consciousness. The D tribe's totem was already stable. There were no sudden changes and looked exactly like the way Shashwan saw it when he left. The human face took up most of the space, and there were no fish mouths. Even the fish scales had shrunk. When Shashwan looked at it, he noticed the most apparent features were the human face and the body of a fish. Most of the lines on the human face had already disappeared, and the eyes were slightly open. The fish tail shook as the totemic flames in her body activated. Judging by her totem, he could tell that the totemic energy inside Diane's body was powerful. "Can you stop this using your totemic energy?" Shashwan asked. "I can't control it." Diane was also frustrated. Since she swallowed the D-fish's fire seed yesterday, the totemic power had been very active inside of her, so she hadn't been able to gain control over this energy. Now Shashwan was confused too. The D-tribe's situation was unique, so he couldn't compare it to other situations. If he purely judged the situation by the totem and flames in Diane's consciousness, it was clear that this was beneficial for Diane. At least her condition was stable now. After noticing that nothing was wrong, he drew his finger away and asked again, "How do you feel now?" "Not too well." Diane wagged her fishtail against the wall of the stonefish tank, causing loud clanging sounds. No one would be able to cope with a tail if they had been human for all their life, and they wouldn't feel good too. "I'm not asking about that. What I mean is, are you still ill? Do you still feel weak?" Her fishtail gradually stopped slamming against the stonefish tank. Due to the shock she had early this morning, Diane never tried to calm down and investigate. She just knew that she succeeded in swallowing the D-fish's energy. However, after hearing Shashwan's question, she checked her body to see any changes. There was no one else who understood her situation more than herself. The illness caused by the conflicting energies had disappeared. Now, Diane only had the Day tribe's totemic energy, and the swallowed fire seed had not wholly merged, and it wouldn't merge anytime soon, but at least they solved the problem at its core. The illness was cured, but now they had a new problem. She felt energetic, just like she was when she woke up. She felt like if she jumped into the sea and dove deep right now, she could return entirely unharmed. If she ignored the changes in her physical appearance, she would be excited. "I feel great. And I want to swim in the ocean," Diane said. Hearing this, Diane and the others could finally be at ease. No matter how frightening she looked now, at least she wasn't ill like before and wasn't dying anymore. "You can give it a try," Shashwan said. "You can only know if this change is good or bad if you try to move around in this new form. We don't have an ocean here, but we have a man-made lake in our tribe. You can swim there." No matter how big the stonefish tank was, it wasn't spacious enough for her to move around comfortably. Diane agreed with this idea. As long as she could move around freely, she could find out what changed about her body. "However, I want to swim, but not in the lake. I want to swim in that big river." Diane's eyes shone with excitement as she spoke. She was a little confused and shocked, so she hadn't noticed how lucky she was, but, as long as she could stay alive, it was already the greatest blessing that could ever have happened to her. So what if she looked scary? As long as this didn't hinder her movements and could solve the D-tribe's problems, who cares if she looked like this? "The river? You mean you want to swim in the flaming river?" Shashwan asked. "Yes." Diane was determined. But the flaming river is dangerous. There are many piranhas there, giant piranhas. He thought this child was being reckless. Being able to play with small piranhas didn't mean she shouldn't worry about the larger ones. Plus, there weren't just piranhas in the river. There were other threats. The flaming river it is. Diane said affirmatively. Hee-Bayan, carry me there. Hee-Bayan wanted to advise against it, but seeing Diane's determination, he didn't try. He also wanted to see how Diane would swim underwater in her current form. At most, they could arrange for more guards by the bank. Hee-Bayan called 3 others and planned to carry that stonefish tank out to the river. I'll do it, Shashwan said as he walked over. Shashwan saw how challenging it was for them to carry the heavy stonefish tank, so he decided to help. It would be okay if they were moving it across flat ground, but it would be hard for them to carry it down the hill. If anyone was careless and tripped, the stonefish tank might flip, so it was better if Shashwan carried it. At first, Hee-Bayan wanted to object. He thought they didn't need the Flaming Horn's help for these simple matters, but after he saw how effortlessly Shashwan put the giant stonefish tank on his shoulders and walked out, he shut his mouth and followed silently behind. Guizi and the others followed behind. They also wanted to see what happened to her. Could the Dee people still swim with a tail? The Dee people were great swimmers to begin with. When Shashwan carried the giant stonefish tank down the hill, he attracted many Flaming Horns' attention. Many of them wondered why the Grand Elder had such a giant fish tank and where he was going. Many people followed behind too, including the chief and shaman. Even the elders and others from the Dee tribe went with. What were they planning to do? Some of them wanted to follow to watch the show, but he glared at them, and they walked away. The sun was dazzling bright, and the rippling surface on the flaming river was giving out waves of reflected sunlight. The people stationed beside the flaming river had just finished roasting their meat and were ready to eat when they saw the Grand Elder arrive with a giant fish tank on his shoulders. Then, it was as if he was pouring something, water maybe, out of the fish tank. Was that a human? He threw a human. Following Shashwan's motion, a figure flew out to the air and dived into the flaming river. Splash! The Flaming Horn soldier who was chewing on the roasted meat suddenly dropped his meat. He didn't even bother to pick it up. Instead, he continued to stare at the river. Were they mistaken? Chapter 725. This is shocking. Shashwan and the others all stood and watched Diane beside the flaming river. Hee-Bayan and the other Dee people stayed close so they could jump down to rescue any time. Diane had already started swimming, and everyone on the shore could sense her movements already. Diane's totemic energy was still strong, so even if she couldn't see what was under the river, she could feel her way through by using her special senses. She's swimming, he said. Indeed, the people on the shore could see that Diane had started swimming in the river. This proved that her fishtail could be controlled and she could still swim. Now, Diane was like a baby learning to walk her first steps. At first, she wasn't familiar with the tail and swam very slowly. She even came up to the surface a few times, but she didn't seem to be in any danger. At the same time, this meant that she had not encountered any troubles in the river. Those piranhas did not attack her. In stark contrast, they were actually avoiding her. Wherever she was, the people on the shore could see piranhas swimming away near the surface of the river. They seemed like they were trying to run away from her. Gradually, as Diane mastered this skill, she swam faster and slowly increased her swimming speed. Diane's clothes were made from the skin of special marine fish. The Dee people's clothing allowed them to dive into the water anytime, specially designed so that they could move comfortably underwater. However, Diane was wearing a slightly oversized shirt due to her sickness, but this fabric clung to her body tightly, so it didn't affect her swimming speed too much. As Diane swam, she experienced sudden changes in her movements, faster, even faster, and she was still accelerating. When the piranhas noticed her swimming so fast and catching up to them, they hurriedly dodged to both sides to avoid crashing into her. If any other beasts or human dived into the river, they would have rushed over immediately and started biting wildly at their prey. But now, They chose to run away from her. Shashwan remembered a time when the drumming tribe's crocodiles came. This situation was very much like that time. However, Diane was just a child shorter than most adults. But the piranhas reacted no differently. Her fishtail flicked vigorously and blasted the water in the middle of the river to both sides. White trails of air bubbles formed where she swam and disappeared as fast as they appeared. The people who could sense the movement of the person who was swimming were also shocked that their jaws dropped. Diane swam even faster now. Before, she couldn't swim anywhere near this speed in her human form, but now, she was already swimming past her previous limit. No matter how fast any other day people swam, none of them could match her current speed. If Hei-Ban and the others went into the water now, they would instantly be pushed to the side by Diane's speed. How can she swim so fast? Hei-Ban could feel how fast Diane was moving, and his eyes followed her as she swam past the river. Diane was like a swift arrow flying through the water. Even as she swam against the current or came up to the surface, her speed did not slow down. Wherever she swam, white traces on the water formed by air bubbles outlined her trail. Slam! Water splashed to the shore. A fish as long as half a human was thrown out on land. Its mouth was still shut tightly as if it was biting onto something, but the next moment, a person slammed the side of his blade down onto the fish and knocked it unconscious. Hei-Ban threw the fish to the side and decided to later tend to it after Diane came ashore. Diane only came up to catch her breath briefly. Every time she came up, water would splash upward, and they would be able to catch a glimpse of her tail before she dived in again. The scales of her tail reflected the sunlight. Suddenly, sharp muffled sounds came from under the sea. When Hei-Ban and the others heard this sound, their expressions changed. What was that? Did Diane make that noise? Shashwan asked. Yes, we can't speak underwater, so our tribesmen would use other sounds to communicate. It's just like how you guys would blow different tunes on a whistle to deliver a message. From what we heard, Diane said that she's feeling great. She feels amazing. I see, Shashwan said. Hei-Ban thought Shashwan only understood that Diane could make those sounds underwater, but actually, Shashwan also discovered why the Dee people had such a unique accent. Whenever Dee people got excited, they would naturally have an accent that was sharp and muffled. They were already used to using this communication method in the water, that they naturally spoke this way in their daily lives. After speaking like this for so long, they finally formed this special accent unique to their tribe. If they were to hear this accent in the future, they would know that it was a Dee person. Their pronunciation was special, and most people wouldn't be able to imitate them. Diane was still swimming fast in the river. Hei-Ban initially thought that she would swim slower due to her new form as a mermaid, but it seemed like this change allowed her to swim even faster. Hei-Ban wouldn't even be able to catch up to her speed now in his best condition. This was truly shocking. Plus, when he saw Diane's change, Hei-Ban noticed that her lower body resembled the Dee fish. Other people might not have noticed, but this swimming style belonged to the Dee fish. If they merely saw the lower half of her body, Hei-Ban and the others would have thought that it was a Dee fish. It was too similar. Diane was swimming upstream, and in her path was the stone bridge that stopped their rafts. The Flaming Horn warriors who were stationed at the bridge heard Shashwan's whistle from the headquarters and suddenly became alert. Something was approaching them at high speed. Shashwan's whistle warned them not to attack. That was why those people on the bridge only watched the river without making any moves. It was getting closer. The water bubbled 20 to 30 meters away from them, and suddenly, a figure surged upward. It jumped up with the waves and dived into the river on the other side of the bridge. The water that the figure splashed upward reflected the sunlight to their eyes. Some of this water fell on the bridge, creating a loud splashing sound. What was that? Was that a human? I saw a human head. No, that's a fish. I saw a fish tail. It's a human. I even saw her hair. It's a fish. Definitely a fish. You saw it wrong. You probably saw the fish's whiskers. The Flaming Horn soldiers were still discussing this while the person who dived into the river swam back to the other side from underneath the stone bridge. Diane was very excited. Even though swimming in the ocean was better than the river, She felt a lot happier now. She hadn't swum so freely ever since she became ill. She didn't want to return to shore, so instead of swimming back, she dived deeper into the flaming river. She wanted to play longer. Dian and the others were also much happier and relaxed now. So what if Dian looks weird? As long as she can live and swim quickly in the water, they could accept this change. This was the first time Dian smiled since he left the D tribe, but when he thought about the problems that awaited him at home, he was suddenly stressed again. He turned around and asked Shashwan about the merging process. Shashwan explained briefly, and he knew that there were some specific terms that Dian wouldn't understand, but he would tell Dian about the specifics later because the shaman was involved in that process. However, there's something I must remind you, Shashwan said. What is it? Dian asked. Are you guys planning on merging your tribe's fire seed or slowly using up the D-fish's energy first? That's right. Since they took away a huge portion of our fire seed's power, we would, of course, want to take it back. Dian, who already knew the truth, responded through gritted teeth. The look in his eyes was full of hate. If your plan succeeds and you successfully reclaim what was initially yours, then you guys would face a similar situation Dian is now facing, Shashwan said. The two totemic energies in Dian's body had merged as one. If all the D tribesmen did what she did and reclaimed what the D-fish took away from them, those two energies would merge too. Then, they would encounter a similar situation as Dian. After Dian gave this some thought, his eyes widened. You mean, we will become half fish like Dian? I'm saying it's a possibility. No, number. I think we'll really become mermaids. Dian couldn't maintain his composure the more he thought about it. It was very likely that this was going to happen to them. Even though Dian could swim much faster and could dive for a longer time in her current form, it would be too shocking if everyone in the D tribe became mermaids. That would be too frightening a scene. Dian didn't dare imagine it. However, he did not have a say in the tribe's final decision. He had to listen to Dian and the shaman to decide. Shashwan's expression suddenly changed as he looked out at the river. The others could also feel the energy that was approaching. However, besides Dian, there was another splash. The waves splashed upward, and a figure the size of an average human was thrown up to the shore. Shashwan watched in terror as the figure flew up to the air and landed on the ground. The figure had two giant pincers and a spotted, rigid shell. It looked similar to a shrimp. As that figure landed on the ground, Dian came up to the shore. It was inconvenient for her to walk in her current form, so Dian carried her back to the stonefish tank. Dian, what's that in your hand? Dian asked. It belongs to that guy. Dian played with a long and thick tentacle with one hand as her other hand pointed to the figure that landed on the shore. I found him at the bottom of the river. When I pulled him up, I accidentally broke off one of his whiskers.